Hey, Joanna, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning. Hey, was I sharing just a minute ago?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Tim, I'm still sharing, correct? Can you see the screen?
I can, sir.
Okay, I've got several monitors going on, and I don't know what other people can see versus what I can see.
Do you want to go into the slideshow mode rather than showing the thumbnails on the left?
Now is it in slideshow, Tim?
It is. Thanks.
Perfect.
All 78 spots.
Good morning and welcome to the March 27th meeting of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnique Heath, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you cannot provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to turn on your cameras, and I'll do a roll call to identify who's present. First, board member Auerbach.
Good morning, board member Auerbach present.
Good morning. Board member Bell.
Matt Bell present.
Good morning. Board member Marzella.
Morning, present.
Good morning. Do we have board member Miller? Oh, yeah.
Good morning, board member Miller present.
Good morning, and board member Williams.
Morning, present.
Good morning. As we have everyone here today, we do have a quorum. But before we begin the meeting, I want to go over a few procedural points. The camera function has been enabled for presenters and board members. So at the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off so that the focus is on the presentation slides. When cameras are off, each person speaking should identify themselves. I'll first ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case, and then I'll ask the applicant to present their project plans. HPO has preloaded the plans provided by the applicant and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we'll hear testimony from ANCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered to speak. The camera function is not available for those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented and the board is ready to ask questions and deliberate, I'll ask board members, staff, and presenters to turn on their cameras. After the board is finished deliberating and taking a vote on the project, cameras can then be turned off again for the next presentation. In accordance with the ANC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful consideration to the community and ANC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of ANCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in ANC resolutions as part of our deliberation and includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meetings. Following the meeting on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. They prepare a written summary of the board's actions, which includes a report of our findings and conclusions on any issues and concerns raised in ANC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why the ANC did or did not offer persuasive advice. And then they post the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. We are now ready to begin our consent calendar cases. We have 4 on our agenda this morning. Does anyone want to discuss any of the consent cases? Any comments on any of these cases? If not, I will make a motion that we approve all consent calendar cases and ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you. That was Bill. Marcella. Thank you, Bill. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Great. Great. So we're now ready to proceed with our full agenda for the morning, and we're going to start with a landmark designation hearing case, the Doris Fleece and Kimball House. Would staff like to begin?
Madam Chair, this is Tim Dene for the staff. The staff is always ready to proceed in any order, but I should mention that the regulations put the applicant first for designation applications.
Perfect.
If the applicant would prefer to go second, that might constitute good cause for you to change the order.
Thank you, Tim. Would the applicant like to proceed? EHT and Emily, but I don't hear anyone.
Okay, now, sorry, here we are.
There, and I hear you now, Emily.
Thank you. Good morning.
Would you like to present?
I'm going to let Kindy French, who's the president of the Sheridan-Kalorama Historical Association, start this, please.
Okay,
She's listed as EHT because she's at my office.
okay. Perfect.
So just talk.
Yes, she's unmuted, so you can begin.
Good morning. This is Kindy French, the Sheridan-Kalorama Historical Association. I'd like to read a letter into the record from the DC Preservation League. The DC Preservation League is writing to express its support for designating the Doris Fleeson Kilbert House, 2120 S Street Northwest, as a historic landmark. SKHA submitted a nomination for the property to the Historic Preservation Office on January 21st, 2025. DCPL believes that the property is significant under both DC Inventory of Historic Sites
It always is.
and National Registry of Historic Place criteria. Over the past 5 years, DCPL and HPO have collaborated on the women's suffrage movement in Washington, D.C. historic content study, which was funded through a National Park Service grant. This comprehensive study has resulted in 3 new listings in the National Register, as well as the inclusion of additional documentation for 1 National Register listed property. Importantly, this study created a framework for future historic landmark nominations related to women's history. The SKHA nomination seeks to build on this study by nominating a property associated with Doris Fleeson Kimball, a pioneering female political journalist who was dedicated to equal rights. Fleeson Kimball and her husband lived at the house at 2120 S Street from 1959 to 1970, making the residence historically significant under National Register Criteria B. While her career started before the late 1950s, she continued to be highly regarded politically reporter through the late 1960s. DCPL hopes that the Historic Preservation Review Board will include this property in the DC inventory and submit it for inclusion in the National Register. Sincerely, Rebecca Miller, Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Emily Ike. I have a question. We have done research that actually presents information that corrects some of the information in the staff report. I don't know if you'd like it to go before the staff report to go forward, so we can then.
Yes,
Okay, then let the staff
you
report.
can, yes, you can proceed now.
Oh, I should proceed.
Yes,
Okay.
and then we'll hear
Okay.
from staff.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, so let me begin and say it's obvious I'm Emily Hotelling-Ige with the HT Traceries, and we were retained by the Sheridan-Kalorama Historical Association to undertake the landmark application. They were inspired by the research that was done for the neighbors, but they were the ones who actually did this, mission. But it's very special for me to be presenting today because it's during Women's History Month. And this is an application that is consistent with and expands upon the thesis behind the women's suffrage movement multiple property document. Obviously, we are aware of the staff report recommending against the designation. And as a result, we've completed extensive research that I have done primarily that I believe clearly and definitively counters the staff's conclusion. I will present findings that expand upon that research and expand upon the information that is in the submitted application. We felt it was very important that we could clarify the record of some of the information that was collected because we've done far more extensive research than the staff was able to do. I sincerely hope that you will agree that 2120 S Street holds great significance to Doris Fleeson's work and life and is the property that correctly should be designated as a landmark under both DC and National Register criteria. So now I will begin. So next slide, please. We are seeking designation for the individual landmark status of this building under criteria C of DC and criteria B of the National Register. The period of significance is 1959 to 1970, when Doris Fleeson Kimball and her husband resided in the house, and they moved in together and they died within 3 days of each other, 36 hours of each other, actually, in 1970. It was the residence and workplace of Doris Fleeson Kimball from 1959 through her retirement in 1968 and death in 1970. She was a pioneer journalist who was during her life the most recognized woman political columnist in the United States. During the time she spent at the house, she was at the height of her career. Following years of relentless work as a journalist, she reached this success as a woman, overcoming prejudices and restraints that were imposed by a male-dominated profession. Alongside a cadre of outstanding male journalists, she stood alone as a single woman, commanding a readership that by 1966 had grown to more than 120 newspapers and 9 million households, extending through the US and Canada. Her reporting and opinions on the national political arena of the US influenced 5 presidents, politicians of all parties, and serves as a model for future generations of women. As you will hear, she never really stopped working. Next slide, please. I just want to quickly go over the level of effort that we made. That we obviously began with Doris Fleeson's biography by Carolyn Sayre, but that was just the beginning. We have researched the papers at University of Kansas that her daughter gifted to their library, presidential biographies, journalist biographies, the history of the women's movement, National Biography of Women, which is a book that identifies the most important women in the nation, Library of Congress collections, various personal archival collections, which contain many of her documents in other people's work, other people's collections, newspapers.com, dissertations that include her work, and of course, the internet. Next slide, please. This is just quickly, I won't even go through this, but quickly you can see that she started, born in 1901, started working when she was still a student in 1923. She goes to New York, she's assigned to FDR. She moves to Washington with her first husband, John O'Donnell, in 1932. They get divorced, she leaves for France and other places in Europe during the war, comes back to Washington, buys a house. By 1954, she's syndicated, and then in 1959 marries and moves to 2120 S Street. She follows the news. Her column coverage is expanded through 1962, 64, and 66, and she continues only her column in 67 after a stroke, but she continues to write. And at that time, 120 newspapers were still receiving her work. She passed away in 1970. Next slide. You will see her many roles, just quickly going through this. I'm not going to but just take it in to see how she went from being a wife and mother, friend with Eleanor Roosevelt, and actually moving into the 60s in this photograph of her with Martin Luther King Jr. Next, please. I've divided this into different sections so we can help some clarity, because the truth is her career is extraordinary to the point where I cannot begin to touch on it as much as I have my 78 slides, as Tim has already pointed out, to try to do that. I have not eliminated her future work before she moved, her work before she moved into 2120 S Street, because I think it puts it in context, the extent of her career and how that time built up to where the capstone of her career during the 60s. Next, please. So for our first section, next slide, please. Just in the beginning, she worked for the Daily News. She was sent to Albany, and that is where she made her name because she carried some weight and became friends with Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt. She was always famous in Wichita, Kansas, where she came from, and they followed her career relentlessly during her entire life. Next slide. In 1932, she and her husband moved to Washington. There's a picture of them at that time in their house in Chevy Chase. They wrote what was called Capital Stuff. The two of them worked together side by side. It was only when later on, then we'll see that they break up. But go to the next slide. In 1933, she was a member of the American Newspaper Guild. She was one of the founding members and became on their executive committee that pushed the National Recovery Administration to set the minimum wage of $35 per week for reporters. But that work extended to all the workers, which included many African Americans in the country who were providing the printing presses and the like. They looked at the entire newspaper industry and pushed for it to be fairly paid. Next, please. She joined the Women's National Press Club, which was founded in 1919 when the National Press Club did not allow women. And it was not until 1971 that they actually allowed women to join. But she became the president of that in 1938. Next slide. Her relationship with Roosevelt was very helpful to her in Washington because she knew him from Albany. And she was highlighted, as I said, in both in Kansas and in other cities as the noted New York columnist. Next, please. She and her husband split, in fact, over their opinions on the New Deal. And it was so grievous that they divorced. And she then wound up, next slide. She left Washington and joined Women's Home Companion, which at the time was actually a rather pioneering magazine itself because it sent her over as a wartime correspondent. And she wrote stories there for 2 years. She went to England, France, Italy, and North Africa, sometimes during battles and sometimes before battles and sometimes after battles. As you can see in the picture on the bottom right, she's in a dark setting as opposed to on the left where she's in a more congenial setting, but she was literally there during the war when the war was happening around her. Next slide. She returns to Washington next. The first year, she is not working for a newspaper. She's in fact writing and on tour, giving talks about what it was like to be overseas. Doris Fleeson, writer, cites courage of women overseas. She tells stories of devastation in Normandy. It was extremely rare for a woman to be over there, but there were other women, but she was the one who could tell the story and told it very well, traveling around the country, actually telling what went on when she was there. Next slide. In 1945, she begins writing for the Evening Star. Next, please. That leads, as the first woman syndicated political columnist, she gets an offer, next slide, from the Bell Syndicate to provide her column on Washington politics. And she accepts that offer. She actually writes to H.L. Mencken whether she should do that because it was just a 6-month trial. They actually weren't willing to hire her full, as a permanent journalist. So he tells her she should do it, and she does. Next slide. She begins writing for the Bell Syndicate, and she writes for about 20 newspapers during that period of time. Next, please. With her now permanent position, she buys the house at 3344 P Street. She does during that time actually go to court to get her name changed from Doris Fleeson O'Donnell to Doris Fleeson again, because at that time, women automatically had their husband's name and you had to go to court to go back to a previous name. That's not the case today. Today, you have to go to court to actually change your name, which is very interesting. Change your name to your husband's name if you wish to do that. Showing a little bit about the times. Next, please. She was written up for this because it was a big deal that she was a woman syndicate columnist. And she wrote in this column, "It isn't a job, it's a way of life. In Washington, your professional life and your social life are the same. You get through hearing a debate on the Hill and go home and dress for dinner so you can go out and hear all the gossip of what went on behind the scenes. That's the only way you can accomplish it, by saturating and steeping yourself in it." Next slide. She is actually mentioned in Time magazine, January 1st, 1951. It's called The Press, the Senator's Round. The senator it's referring to is Joseph McCarthy. And here you can see where she is mentioned here. Wrote News Hen Fleeson. Next slide. It is her work on McCarthy that was really significant to her career. She was an adamant opposition to him, But interestingly enough, we have learned from the Washington Press Corps book by Donald Ritchie that Doris Fleeson shared an office at the National Press Building with fellow journalist May Craig from 45 until the early 50s. We don't know exactly the date at this time, but we know it's in the 50s because McCarthy's career begins in 51 and ends in 54. When appalled at Craig's support for Senator McCarthy, she moves her workplace to her home on Peace Street. So she is working in an office at the National Press Building from 46 to at least 51, if not 52, 53, 54. And this is, says here, such sentiments caused the liberal columnist Fleeson to move out of the office she shared. Margaret Chase Smith, it ruptured May Craig's friendship with Margaret Chase Smith as well. And these are some of the articles that May Craig wrote, which she supported and defended McCarthy. Next slide. This, however, is what Fleeson was writing. McCarthy could become dictator, beating McCarthy to the draw, blasted the president. Democracy protects McCarthy. This is the kind of things that she was writing in opposition to McCarthy. Next slide. From 54 to 67, she worked for the United Feature Syndicate. That was her main place, and she left Bell to go on to this more promising and larger syndicate starting in 57. Next slide. She wrote under, I'll call them bylines. You can see Doris Fleeson, Doris Fleeson, Doris Fleeson, Doris Fleeson. Different newspapers around the country presented her differently. Next slide. The story's the same. But it was the capstone of her career as we move to now. Next slide. In 1958, she married the former Secretary of the Navy, Dan Kimball. They had had a relationship for a while, but he only divorced his wife in 1958 before he married her. But it was news around the country. I love this slide because it has one just of him as a photograph, one's of her. There are many of just her alone, one of both of them, and then a drawing. But it was around the country, the report of their engagement, because they were both important people. And she had met him during her work in Washington as a reporter. They married on August 1st, 1958. Next slide. The following year, well, here they are getting married, and Mary McGrory, who was became a very important journalist in the next generation, and actually someone who was supported by Doris Fleeson in her work. In 1958, she married Dan Kimball, who matched her in generosity and kindness and enjoyed her rages. He called her my little bride, and they were aggressively happy in their home on S Street. That is printed from the National American Women in the Modern Period biography. Next slide. You've seen this house, and we've presented it for the Sheridan Kalorama contributing status. Here's the deed when they purchased it, the drawing of what it looked like originally, and a photograph that was printed in the Evening Star. They moved into 2120 S Street. There had been talk prior to this in 1958 that they were going to move to California. They did not. In fact, Dan Kimball rented an apartment in Los Angeles. Later on in the 60s, they get a place there, but they did not move. They made this their formal home in 2120 S Street. Next slide. She's again in Time magazine in 1960. Next slide. 1962. Next slide. 1963. She's been written up for her work. She's quoted for her work. She's put it into context. This is the State of the Union message did evoke a scattered volley of praise, but even this was not so much for what Kennedy said, but for how he said it. Doris Fleeson writes, from his first sentence, the president showed the new maturity and confidence bred by 2 hard years. The sophomoric buoyancy of the early days has disappeared. Keep going. Next slide. In 62, 64, and 66, these are clips from newspapers around the country. Doris Fleeson to join Standard Post staff. That meant they were taking her news column on. Starting tomorrow, Doris Fleeson writes for The Sun in 64. And in 66, read them all. New columnists, Doris Fleeson's included. Next. Writing in the 60s, she begins, we've got Ike, we have Eisenhower, we have Truman, obviously, we have Kennedy, and we have LBJ. Next, please. In the 60s, she also starts on the television. She had been in radio, she'd given talks around the country all through her career, but in the television, that was a new thing in the 60s. And this is a transcript from her presentation at the her first appearance for CBS News on Small World, which was Edward R. Murrow's show. Next, please. I love this particular thing. This was advertising in the Redwood City Tribune, cackling, outspoken, crackling, informative. And it was advertising her column being on their newspaper. Next, please. In 1966, she was so established, she became one of the judges for the Federal Women's Judges that the White House did. It was a federal award and the very prestigious for women journalists and other women who were given awards. There is a wonderful story of Jackie Kennedy, who had great respect for Doris Fleeson, who, when they had a big thing for new journalists, Doris came and Jackie says to her, "Why are you here with all of these?" And she apparently spreads her hands like, as in these new people who are not very important, and you're so important. And that, Jackie's impression of that was very clearly stated in the article, is that she was complimenting Doris Fleeson. Next. She was friends with many people through her life. Eleanor Roosevelt was an early friend, Bess Truman, Jackie Kennedy, Lady Bird Johnson, Humphrey Stevenson. We know Mencken and Baruch from her earlier career. Next, please. Eleanor Roosevelt was a fellow advocate for women's rights and a long-term friend from when they met in Albany. Eleanor Roosevelt came to the wedding in 1958 and actually visited her at the house in S Street before she became too ill and she herself died. Next, please. S Street is famous because the Woodrow Wilson House is on S Street. And by the 1960s, when Doris Fleeson moved in, Edith Wilson was a widow living in the house herself. And this house has been designated a landmark for Woodrow Wilson, obviously, as well as being a contributing resource to Sheridan Kalorama. She is in this article says that she was very pleased and honored by the fact that she had a neighbor, Doris Fleeson. Next, please. Jackie Kennedy wrote her several letters, and some of them were written before she was at the White House, some when she was at the White House. Next. Lady Bird Johnson. These are just some of the examples of the letters that came through with they were typed, but they're personal notes on them. And in fact, they had been invited, she and her husband had been invited to the Johnson Ranch when LBJ was vice president. Next slide, please. Humphrey Stevenson, just two examples of men who ran for the presidency and did not win, writing to her. Next. But I think this is an important part. It says, during her long career, she scolded 4 presidents, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson, friend and flayer. She was friends with them, but she did not hold back. Next, please. When FDR was in Washington, one of the National Press Club really hit into him and making fun of him. And they did skits on a regular basis. Mrs. Roosevelt participated in the club, and it was quite frivolity of Roosevelt. He was enormously popular, and Doris Fleeson, was a big fan of his. Next, Truman. She writes about Truman. She's different articles about them. Next, please. But interestingly enough is that in the 1960s, 61, he writes to her, they are social friends, they have dinner together, and both Bess and Harry Truman. That's the famous quote. I'll go back for 1 second. The famous quote that at one time when she's reporting, and he says to her, why are you looking at me like that? And she answers, I think I'm looking pretty good, President. Next. Eisenhower. She was definitely more liberal, and Eisenhower certainly got his press, And this Mrs. Eisenhower's health was actually criticizing the White House for talking about Mrs. Eisenhower's health because Ms. Fleeson did not think it was important to the political scene how the First Lady's health should be reported on nationally. Next. Kennedy. Kennedy we're right in the 60s, and he said of her, I am her second choice. Her first choice is any son of a bitch, but her second choice. He says, with reference to attacks by a couple of well-known columnists, he said the vice president came in the other day complaining he'd been Fleesonized, and Fleesonized was actually a term that was used for dry cleaning, but it happened to be her name. And Kennedy said, I told him that I would rather be Fleesonized than crocked. The audience howled. His letter says, there are many presidents who can read your column, but it's only a happy few who have it delivered to them in person. Next slide. She wrote extensively about Kennedy during the 60s. And if we move to the next slide, we have something that is very interesting, is that this is a transcript of a dictaphone, a conversation that was held between John and Robert Kennedy in 1963. And it actually says that Bobby calls and says, Ed Gutham called and you're talking about Doris Fleeson because, there might be some attention paid to her or somebody looking at her or something. And Jack replies, what she's bitter about. Because, the way she gets, Republicans there and she doesn't like blah, blah, blah. She just seemed mad. Generally, I don't know whether she always seems like somebody gave her a little attention occasionally that maybe she'd come around a bit. Pretty difficult. He goes on and on. Well, Doris Fleeson is just a waspish woman, and she's always mad at something. She's mad at the Republic, because we have the Republicans who are not fighting hard enough for, I don't know, civil rights or some goddamn thing where it may be. She's always sore. I don't have any contact with her, even though he obviously did. And Bobby says, well, maybe you might keep it in mind if something comes up. He goes, I don't know. She is just a bitter bitch. Next slide. As I said, she was friendly with the Johnsons, and in 58, she and her husband went to their ranch, and she wrote a letter to him after Kennedy was assassinated, and he sent her a personal letter. My dear Doris, give me your comforting and encouraging message. Many thanks to you. Sent to the address at S Street. Next slide, please. This is an interesting story that actually I found in Rachel Maddow's prequel book. She had done research in the LBJ library, and she discovered that the article that Doris wrote, Where's Lyndon, these are just examples of the same article all around the country. The bottom one they're asking that's highlighted is the one that was in the Evening Star. And it's from April 22nd, 1964. This is what Rachel Maddow writes. It is an interesting historical note that when Lyndon Johnson was preparing to leave office in December 1968, a copy of this newspaper was found in his desk, in his middle desk drawer. And she quotes it she gives a citation of see Mark newspaper article EXLE HU2 box 65 LBJ library. So this article, the one from the Evening Star, was in his desk when he left office in 68. He had cut it out and it was sitting there. Let's go to the next slide, please. During her time in the United Feature Syndicate from 54 to 67, these are the many issues. And she wrote for this syndicate for 5 years at 3344 P Street and 7 years at 2120 S Street. I won't read the different ones. You can see how many different things she covered. Next, please. Just some articles from around the country, general political articles. Next. She wrote about Vietnam. Next. Civil rights. And she had a very important discovery, actually, that's in several books about Doris Fleeson writing for the Evening Star in mid-July of 63. For example, this is talking about civil rights and what she had done, opened her story on civil rights with these words. The man to watch during Washington's bruising civil rights battle is not President Kennedy, the Attorney General, or the Negro leaders, but effusive, ever-loving Dirksen. And she's referring to Everett Dirksen. And he was later given a lot of credit for helping the Civil Rights Act to be passed in Congress. Next, please. She followed the Great Society and all that Johnson was doing that when he came into office. Next, please. And of course, this not to be said, the civil rights movement. She was featured not in the women's pages as women had historically been placed. Even columnists were put on the women pages with recipes and the like. And you could, if you actually noticed in some of the earlier slides I had, they had some of those placements for some of the early articles. But now she was on the editorial page. David Lawrence, and you saw his landmark application for the Swedish embassy residence, that David Lawrence was the owner of the New Republic, and he actually had the building, his house built for him, that Swedish embassy moved into. Eric Severide, who was a reporter for the news, and Doris Fleeson. We see this time and time again. She's on this page as we move into the 60s with these people and others, Joseph Alsop and William White, different people like that. Next, please. She's also quoted in the Congressional Record in 1963 in the Senate. These are different articles where the senators, and in some cases congressmen, they make a point and they either like what she says or don't like what she says, but they reprint her articles in full. Next, please. More of them, again and again and again. Next, please. In 68, 67, she has a stroke and she has to calm down. She's still writing, as Tim has pointed out in his staff report, but in 69, she stops writing for the newspapers, but she's still contributing. And this is a letter from Mrs. Eugene McCarthy saying, our dear friend Doris Kimball passed on the contribution, which insists are from your gin rummy losses. I appreciate it very much. And we know that her daughter, Doris O'Donnell, who worked for USID, which had started in 1961, was living in Washington, spending a lot of time at her house. And I thought this was very relevant with the USID situation today. But she was at the USID and she lived for a time with her mother and stepfather, then had her own house, but she had her mother put on dinners and as well as provide food for the Eugene McCarthy campaign. Both Fleeson and Kimball were big supporters of McCarthy. They thought he was the only one who would get them out of the Vietnam War. As you know, he did not go on to a successful campaign, but she was very active in that campaign. Next, please. So now we're at the point of she's a role model for the next generation. Next, please. Mary McGrory. Mary McGrory and she come into play during the McCarthy hearings because Mary McGrory was a book reviewer, but she starts following Eugene McCarthy. And Doris Fleeson writes about Mary McGrory sort of coming out of a box and moving into the forefront. And Mary McGrory goes on to be called later on, she dies in 2004, the queen of journalists, of Washington journalists. So she was very much supported, and Mary McGrory was very supportive of Doris Fleeson and appreciative of her. There's the article, You've Come a Long Way, Scribe, talking about the women journalists as they move through the 20th century into the 60s. Liz Carpenter, who worked for Johnson, and Helen Thomas, who I think some of you will know, who had been at the White House correspondent and was a very big supporter of Doris Fleeson and really respected her and was grateful to her for how she had broken through with the White House correspondence efforts. Next, please. Her support for women is quoted in many places. She writes about women's place in world peace. She wrote about it when she came back from the war. This is a headline by Mary McGrory after Doris Fleeson dies. Her prose cut down fraud, egotism, male supremacy. In the book On Account of Sex, it talks about displeased party women attack Kennedy on Price's behalf as well as their own. After Kennedy selected his cabinet, Doris Fleeson, a well-known journalist, commented scornfully in her column, at this stage, it appears that for women, the new frontiers are the old frontiers. The Notable American Women has her listed, and it says here, in these days, the struggle was over such matters as the installation of women's restrooms in congressional galleries. In those days, they didn't even have a women's restroom in the congressional galleries when she was working in Washington. Fleeson was at the front line of the charge. She warned her colleague Frank Kent, "If you laugh, I will never speak to you again." She was notoriously kind to younger women, reporters, indulgent and encouraging to agree, that caused wonderment and envy among the male politicians whom she skewered. Next, please. In her final moments, on July 30th, 1970, Dan Kimball died. He was in the hospital. They didn't know why, but he died. And he'd been there just a few days. Newell Noyes, who was the editor of the Evening Star, and actually his family had owned the Star. Newell Noyes came to 2120 S Street and recounts, it is in the Congressional Record and other places, he recounts that on visiting her at the house to express his sympathy, Doris Fleeson responded, quoting lines from Macaulay's, and this is Lays of the Roman Empire. This is what she said: "The house that was the happiest within the Roman walls, the house that envied not the wealth of Capua's marble halls, now for the brightest of thy smile must have eternal gloom, and for the music of thy voice the silence of the tomb." This is what she told him when Newell Noyes came to her house when she just learned her husband had died. I'd like to read and it's a very long poem. I won't read it all, but I will read the end of it. It says, "With that he lifted high the steel and smote her in the side, and in her blood she sank to earth, and with one sob she died. She died 36 hours after her husband's death on what would have been their 12th wedding anniversary." Next slide. These are words of Mary McGrory. They're all very complimentary, and it ends with, "She was my idol." I won't read them out. You can see them. You can read them to yourself for a moment. Next slide. There were obituaries all around the country, and they had joint rights with her husband at National Cathedral, and Eugene McCarthy gave the eulogy for them. Next, please. There was also tributes from Congress, I should say, from the Congressional Record. Senator Yarborough, Senator Mike Mansfield, as well as some congressmen, all wrote about her and how important she was, and included articles of her from the obituaries into the Congressional records. She was important. She was important in the 60s. Her career was not on the decline. She had a stroke. She still kept writing. It was only after 68, and she dies in 70, that she actually stops writing, but she still worked for the McCarthy campaign with her daughter. And I think that to say that her career was in decline when she moved into S Street is a unfair and inaccurate comment. She was at the height of her career during that period of time. And I'd like to move to the next slide, please. We understand that the issue at hand is not related to her importance. I think you all can agree she was very important, but it is a matter of which house conveys her extraordinary career in life. And we argue that S Street is that property. Next slide, please. I too look to National Register Bulletin 32. Here are the standards that are required. As Tim points out in the staff report, there would be one building that would be identified with her, and that is because of, I think we've had many where George Washington slept here. But you will note that Woodrow Wilson down the street has that landmark, as well as the Wilson birthplace in Stanton, Virginia. But since then, they've tightened the guidelines. And I think, however, that this clearly meets the guidelines. Next, please. I have a chart that I would have handed out to you if I could have, but I'm going to go through it. She purchased the house of P Street is on the left and 2120 is on the right. She purchases the house in 3344 P Street in 46. In 59, she purchased 2120 S Street, and they are quoted as being aggressively happy in their home on S Street. The next block, in 1946, she began writing for the Bell Syndicate. She wrote articles from the house from the early 50s to 59, not from 46, but the early 50s to 59, except when traveling. And it was in the 50s when she moved back to the house to do the work. She switched in 54 to join United Feature Syndicate, and her column in 58 had a rise to distribution that is claimed to be 120 newspapers, but I found later it probably was less, and then it increased to 120 newspapers in the 60s. She married Dan Kimball, and she began having radio and some television experiences. She wrote the articles at S Street, though. She was working in the house on S Street. The book, Sailor's Book, actually does say that she had an office upstairs in the bedroom where her secretary worked. She continued with the United Feature Syndicate, 8 million households, numerous television appearances on Meet the Press, Small World, Open End, and Opinion in the Capitol, numerous articles published in the Congressional Record, and the Senate as Federal Women's Award Judge. We move back to S Street, to the third one. The important issues covered in her career, Washington politics was the primary focus, but the Supreme Court, Cuban Revolution, beginning of the space race, and if you remember, her husband was very active. That's how they probably had something to talk about. Important issues that she did at 2120 S Street, civil rights movement, Bay of Pigs, Kennedy's New Frontier, space race continuation, Kennedy's assassination, the Civil Rights Act of 64, because the civil rights movement began, but it was not passed until 64. Johnson's Great Society, Vietnam War, Thurgood Marshall, and Malcolm X's assassination. Back to 3344 P Street, social circle included several notable influential figures. She entertained frequently at the house. And we have sort of the very similar thing where she has very important features and she often entertained at the house. At P Street, she was in good health for the entirety of the ownership, but she was in good health until she discontinued her column in 68. She had a stroke. And I dare say that if one of us would have a stroke, we wouldn't say we were in decline, we just suddenly had a stroke. And that's the thing. She was not in decline. She was very active. She was writing 5 days a week column. And finally, she was featured in Time article. And she was featured several times in the Time as she moves into the 60s. But let's move to the right-hand page. It says that there's a quote from the Sailor Book that is in Tim Denay's report where he recounts the house. There's also one in the book recounting from her niece about going to S Street. And they both, in fact, the niece actually describes the house in detail. She dies not in P Street, but in S Street. And there's many tributes to her that record her career. Now, this is probably something that is very important as well. The staff report believed that the house on P Street was intact. That is not the case. The house on P Street was altered. It had a bay window added, and you may not be able to see, but if we could see this photograph, the siding has been replaced. The front steps, which look similar, are not. You can see they're painted. Well, you can't even see that they were painted, but they're actually new steps with a new configuration. There's hardware that are called dogs tags on the shutters of the house today that were not there in 1959. This happens to be a picture when she put the house on the market in 59. So that has had minor alterations. And that is exactly what has happened to the house on S Street. The changes include the brick was painted and there's a new portico. So you can see that they both have had minor changes and that you cannot call the house on P Street intact and then call the one on S Street altered. So if I move to the next slide, I just want to reinforce that her influence continued and expanded during the period of time that she lived in 2120 S Street. Next. Let me read these quotes of the recollection. Her nephew, Bob Fleeson, she would come home most afternoons about 4, from 4 until 5:30, she wrote. At 6, a Western Union man rang the doorbell. Once that was done, she was free. And this is the niece talking about S Street. It was exciting to visit the house on S Street with crystal chandeliers in every room and champagne in the refrigerator. A sofa table in the living room held books 3 and 4 deep, and Doris was apt to pick one out for a visitor to read and offer an opinion. Next, please. Reminder of the alterations that took place. You can see there was no bay window. There's a large bay window there. You can see that the portico has been changed on S Street. So to conclude, next slide, please. We seek designation for the house as it is the property that best conveys the remarkable career of nationally recognized political columnist Doris Fleeson Kimball. It meets criteria C for DC, criteria B for the register, significance from 59 to 70 when she lived and worked there. The house on S Street where she lived when her career reached its pinnacle of success. It is associated with the most significant period of her life when she had the greatest influence as a political commentator and her words reached throughout the nation and the world. She was a role model for the next generation of women reporters, and through this designation will be permanently remembered and honored in the future. And I will just end with, she wrote, "It isn't a job, it's a way of life. In Washington, your professional life and your social life are the same." She continued that. She lived, worked, and reached the height of her career during the time that she was at this house at S Street. And to not give it its credit is grossly unfair and incorrect. And I hope that you will support this nomination. Thank you. Any questions?
Let's hear from staff first, unless there's no one else from the applicant's team who is presenting, correct?
No.
Okay, all right, then let's hear from staff and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Tim Dene for the staff. The Historic Preservation Office fully supports designating a property to honor the trailblazing career journalist Doris Fleeson. For all the reasons that have been stated. We do not recommend, however, that that landmark be this property. As the staff report relates, we know of two properties closely associated with Doris Fleeson's occupancy and her career as a journalist and columnist in Washington. And we believe that one of these, 3344 P Street in Georgetown, is the better candidate for designation, the truly eligible landmark. For that reason, we recommend against designating 2120 S Street. The board will recall that last month we had a related discussion in the consideration of the John J. Early House. Then the question was whether two properties could be designated for the same individual. In that case, the answer was yes, because the properties, Early's home and his workshop, were associated with Early in different ways. The other distinction between the Early case and this one is that the Early house is architecturally extraordinary. Today, we're not honoring architecture, but considering how best to honor Doris Fleeson by landmarking a local home and workplace of hers. We should proceed from a dispassionate survey of the data rather than from a perceived threat to one of the properties. HPO believes that the historical record speaks for itself in demonstrating that Fleeson's Georgetown house, not the Sheridan Kalorama one, is appropriately the landmark. Doris Fleeson owned the Georgetown property alone and in her own name. And it could be known as a landmark in her name alone, rather than having one of her husband's names tacked on. She also lived and worked in the Georgetown house several years longer than on S Street. Fleeson bought the Georgetown property the same month that she began her own column, the first syndicated national news column penned solely by a woman. She carried on the column, mostly written from the home, during the entire period of her tenure on P Street, just shy of 14 years. And she sold the property after her biographer says that the column circulation peaked in terms of the number of newspapers carrying it. While Fleeson made a name for herself in the early 1930s, it was during the 1940s and 50s that she made the first and the most appearances on radio and television, among them a televised interview and tour of the P Street house with Edward R. Murrow. She was also interviewed there for Agnes Murphy's At Home column in the New York Post. She was said to have, by her nephew, she was said to have entertained Vice President Alvin Barkley there in the early 50s. as well as friends, Senator Margaret J. Smith, financier Bernard Baruch, several senators' wives, and fellow journalists. The first public recognitions of Fleeson as one of the top figures of the national press came in the early and mid 1950s. That's when she had some of her biggest scoops. Her biographer twice states that she was at the height of her career at that time. If you consult her obituaries, they cite the awards that she earned during this period and not later. This was also the time when she switched publishing syndicates. By the way, at no time did the staff report say that her career was in decline at any time. Perhaps an odd thing to read into the report. As for the S Street house, Fleeson certainly continued her column there for about 8 years. Her biographer has rather less to say about that time period, but of course, Fleeson covered all the major events, as you've seen. We don't have similar slides showing the thousands of columns that she had written before this time. As her second husband was chairman of a corporation in California and active in politics there, the couple spent considerable time on the West Coast, apparently buying a larger house in Palm Springs by the end of 1962, specifically a Spanish mission-style house at 222 West Chico Drive. 3344 P Street seems to have better retained its 1950s appearance than has 2120 S Street, its 1960s appearance. The Georgetown house is also representative of the New Deal generation of professionals homesteading in Georgetown and the passing of that generation and social setting. There's no compelling reason that we should instead focus on the end of Fleeson's career, nor landmark the later house, because that's the nomination that we now have. Thank you. I think that sums it up. Oh, one little aside. I get a kick out of this one because some sources make it sound like Fleeson split from her first husband over high-minded political differences, but her biography suggests it's really probably more an issue of everyday philandering.
Okay, thank you, Tim, and thank you, Emily, both for your reports. Tim, can you speak to the existing character of the P Street house and whether it has been maintained?
Yeah, I think with the exception of the bay, that's sort of a change in one aspect of its character, but beyond that, it's quite good. And I think that even the fact that it's 3344 P Street and not 1429 34th Street is significant. And the reason I say that is because it was previously known as 1429 34th Street because it faced 34th originally. But the turn to P Street is suggestive of the sort of remodeling of the house, probably immediately prior to Fleeson's tenancy. There was a repair permit from June of 1945, and the alterations made, that sort of doorway is exactly the kind of alterations that were being made in the mid 20th century for these sort of Georgetown homesteaders that were kind of colonializing earlier houses, and that predated the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts review of Georgetown. I mean, that's all kind of an aside, but it's when you're talking about the character of the property, sort of analyzing it, I think it is significant.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from board members for either traceries or staff?
I have a question, I guess, for both Ms. Eigen, for Tim Dene. What's really the downside here? The person changed houses. She was a significant person. She did significant work in both locations. What would be the future downside of having, say, in the future, both of these properties were listed?
I think I'm going to start. I think it's Tim can say is that the National Register frowns upon that. I don't know if they would even accept 2 applications. They always want there to be only one. And this is, when you have a career of as long as this, I think that my argument that this is the pinnacle of career where she's in the middle of her career when she's on Peace Street, it makes it hard. I understand that. Tim, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. The National Register would discourage that. When you put it in terms of harm, I don't think it's harm. That's not the way to put it. I think our office would discourage it as well. We see it as this period being sort of the most notable milestones of her career. While she continued her career, she was still prolific until she basically couldn't write anymore. That we see that this larger central section of her life and career as being the pinnacle of her career, for the reasons that I've stated, which I can go over again if you'd like.
No, that's okay. I guess the question then is, why isn't the other house been nominated? I mean, that's your preference, Tim. If you had to choose between the 2, obviously, the other one has not been nominated, correct?
That is correct. As the staff report suggested.
Yeah.
It has not been, but it easily could be. We could certainly, we offer in the staff report to reach out to the owner of that to see if there's interest. We frankly, we think that house is better situated sort of as a landmark because this is, the integrity of not only the S Street house, but its row has declined. And it's also sort of less accessible to the public being set back as it is. Rather than being
right. But one could argue, as Ms. Ige has argued, that significant milestones in this person's career were achieved in both locations. Correct?
And I
think that depends on what, what are the, I mean, it's hard, it depends on what you.
Well, her career went through
define as
different
milestone.
phases. Yeah, her career went through, she was of influence in different ways at different points in her life, it seems like,
Right, but when she was, we're suggesting that she made her name sort of during the New Deal, during the Depression, and her biographer places a lot of significance on her personal relationships with many of the figures of that time, including Eleanor Roosevelt, who died in the early 1960s. And I think it's going too far to call her friends with many of the politicians either before or after that time, but I think she was certainly on friendly terms with most of them.
Do you know any examples, not necessarily in Washington, where multiple residents are listed? I mean, people do move around. I mean, like Washington slept here and that sort of thing. I mean, people, do you know examples of that? It says they frown upon it, but are there any examples where
Well, Ms. Ige mentioned one that Woodrow Wilson's boy at home and sort of his last home in Washington, but right. they're in different places, so that's, you have boosters in the places where important people lived who said, I would like to see them honored by designation.
Can I add here something?
Sure.
That's right. I mean, I think that to say that the pinnacle of her career was in the middle of it with a woman who had actually expanded her coverage to not just the United States, but we know that her articles were being printed in Canada. That was not happening when she was in the 50s. And that as a woman to not, would you say John Kennedy's career was when he made his name as a senator? No, it's when he really reached the height of his profession. And I think, as the president, and I think that idea that some people do hit their pinnacle when they're in their 20s or their 30s or their 40s, and other people keep going on and keep producing until the end of their career. And I think that she was so active through her career that just to pick out the middle as if the end didn't exist is unfair. And, that's just, it seems like it says she was aggressively, if you read Mary McGrory's quotes about it, Mary visited her in her house on a regular basis. And she, felt very strongly that, she was the role model that she was reaching out to on a regular basis. She was a model for other people. She wasn't a role model in the middle of her career. She became a role model towards the end of her career when she really had succeeded as the political syndicate. You can get a job, but keeping the job is what the story is about, wouldn't you say? She actually very well did that. And I don't want to beat a dead horse about this house, but the fact what Tim has just said about the house being altered from the side in 45, which was before she lived in it, that's absolutely correct, what he said. And this is, this bay window went on later on during the period after she lived there. And the siding has been changed, that stairs have been changed. You can see that very clearly in the photographs that we cannot actually show you as clearly in here. But they're minor changes, just like the minor change on the house on S Street. So to say one isn't more intact than the other, I think is completely wrong. But this, I understand why. She made her name. She made her name in the 30s with Roosevelt. That's how she moved into Washington. She made her name with her husband. She was moving on. She was a war correspondent. She was in Woman's Home Companion as a war correspondent. She kept going up, achieving more, and moving up the ranks. And her friends that she had during the middle of her career and the friends she had at the end of her career, if we want to equate them, they're all friends, and they were important people. And she met many more important people towards the end of her career than she did at the beginning of her career. It's not to say she didn't meet a lot, but she met even more.
All right, I don't know how you quantify that or support that with anything.
Exactly, I don't either.
Okay, so let's leave that there.
If I may.
To repeat, the 1950s is when her biographer twice says she was at the most productive point of her career and at the top of her career. So we're talking early to midnight. This is her biographer.
I understand that, but she obviously didn't go through all the records that are at the University of Kansas.
Madam Chair,
she stopped.
I don't think you want a dialogue going back and forth there.
Right, we don't.
Can I just reiterate that it was during the 50s that she won all the awards for which she cited in her obituaries, all the awards and honors. It was during the 1950s that her sole biographer says that she was at her most productive and at the high point of her career. It was in the 1950s that she did most of her in the late 40s when she was in this house, that she did her first television and radio, and that carried through the 50s. We don't have much information. We have a little bit of information on the early 60s there. Her biographer says, in the context of talking about 1964, says that the couple was splitting their time between Washington and Palm Springs. Of course, we know now that they had bought the Palm Springs house by the end of 1962. Of course, Mr. Kim.
Emily,
I'm sorry.
I'm one person at a time.
Of course, Mr. Kimball naturally would have spent more time in California because he was the chairman of a company there, and he was also very involved in statewide politics at the time. So I don't think you can, our point is that we don't think you can say anything about the 60s in terms of her knowing important people, her writing lots of columns, that you cannot say about the 50s. On the other hand, what you can say about the 50s were firsts, were milestones that you cannot say about the 1960s. So if somebody's to say, well, why not honor the end of her career as opposed to the middle of her career? The answer to that is that in the middle of her career, she was hitting all these milestones. I had one other thing, but now I can't recall it.
Okay, we'll let you respond, Emily.
This biography, she seems to peter out because we have looked at have had a researcher at the University of Kansas look at these documents, and there's all this material that was not referenced in the biography. Plus, we did research in the congressional record. None of that is in the papers. And the Time magazine research that we had around, those things were not available if she was only looking at part of this woman's career. She just doesn't include the end of her career. I agree. I mean, we were like shocked to see, like, wait a minute, this woman was actively doing all these things that are not recorded in this biography in the last 10 years. It's like she just knew Georgetown, and she, in the 10 years that have passed, a lot of things have come up that explain more of her success. So, I don't know why the biographer didn't include to do that, but if you didn't do all that research towards the end of her career, maybe you would think that that was the pinnacle of her career if you didn't know what she was actually doing in the 60s.
Madam Chair, if I may, one more point, just a comparison. Everybody's familiar with George Will, the columnist. Just a couple of months ago, they had a 50th anniversary sort of celebration where other columnists praised him for his work over the years. And he still writes. But I would argue that he was more influential during the Reagan era than he's paid attention to today, even though he continues his work. And I think that it was likely similar. You carry on, you do good work, you're noticed for it. But in Fleeson's case, she was noticed for it earlier in her career. That's when she was winning the award. That's when she was getting the honorary degrees. That's when the magazines were writing her up because they were saying, this is an important woman. And maybe it's even sexist to recognize her as a woman journalist rather than simply a journalist, but that's the stage we were at the time. And somebody had to be the first, and she was it. So I think that those milestones are the key to understanding her and understanding her history and understanding the property that ought to be associated with her.
Were there other questions from board members? I thought I heard Gabriella.
Similar question to Board Member Bell, but a similar proposition for both the staff and for Emily to consider. And I think what would, obviously what we're talking about here is who gets to determine significance. And that's exactly the debate that we're having. I'll lower my hand. So maybe what might shed some light on this is I'm going to read directly from Bulletin 32 and make some references to the presentation and the staff report. And I'm going to ask you both to respond to that because I think that would give some clarity both to everyone on this call and for me to make it, to make the best decision I can here. So if you have the bulletin up on page 20 of the National Register, Bulletin 32, there's the question of, someone important should be compared. All the properties that are potentially eligible for that person should be compared. And in this case, we're talking specifically about criterion B because that's what it was nominated under. And so it says the length of time that a resource was associated with an individual, the strength of association with a person's productive life, and important achievements and historic integrity should be considered in determining which properties are most appropriate in representing his or her significance. This does not mean necessarily that the only best examples are eligible for the National Register. In some cases, different properties may represent different significant accomplishments or activities of a person's life, whether at different times, in different communities, or in different fields. Therefore, several properties may qualify for the National Register listing under Criterion B for associations with the same person. On the other hand, when there are many resources representing different aspects or phases of a person's productivity, a property that is associated with only a minor facet of a person's life may not be significant in comparison with other properties. So that's what the guidance in Bulletin 32 says. In the staff report, when we're comparing the property here to the property in Georgetown, something that's used to distinguish the significance of 3344P is that it also reflects the story of the New Deal generation urban homesteading in old Georgetown houses representing a distinct era and social set, as well as the practical start of the local historic preservation movement. In this discussion and in the presentation that Emily has given, I see that it's clear that there are many significant periods of this person's life. And during these periods, she has hit different milestones in her career, not necessarily better or more significant. I guess that's what we're here to discuss, but different milestones. And in talking about the Georgetown property, I'm seeing that this property, which as board member Bell noted, is not a competing nomination currently, that it's not only significant for that period in her life and career that it represents, but also that it sounds to me that it may also be eligible under criterion C for the status that it poses in that period of time when it comes to historic preservation, when it comes to the architectural context of that area. And so to me, it sounds like what we're dealing with are two properties that are associated with a significant individual at different stages of her life, and as well that the Georgetown property is eligible in a different way than this property is, because it's also talking about a form of a significant architectural and political time period. So in the guidance in the bulletin and what I'm hearing from you all today and what I'm reading in the staff report, it sounds to me that under the criterion that, again, it does not preclude multiple properties from being nominated, but you have to show that they represent different forms of significance. And so based on what I have told both of you today, do you, in your opinions, do you consider the difference in significance that I just described as different enough to make them both eligible in different ways for nominating?
Tim, Danae here. I don't think that they're eligible in different ways. I think they're eligible in the same way. I mean, obviously they have, I think it's a matter of, it's not sort of a difference in kind. It's a difference in degree. And we think the difference in degree favors the earlier period and the earlier property. It's a house where she wrote her column. Both of them are. So that there you say she both lived there and worked there, you can say about both of them. So the question is, the thing that I raised about Georgetown and the new dealers coming in there is kind of, I think, a generally known fact. And if you're doing a house tour of important New Deal era figures that lived in Georgetown, you might put this on the tour. I don't think it could qualify independently for that reason as being, it's a contributing building to Georgetown, and I think it would be contributing to some kind of context like that. But I don't think it makes it a distinctive, it has its distinctive significance that way. It's one of many buildings that was sort of fixed up for people who came during the Great Depression and shortly thereafter, and during the war, and sort of knew each other. They had similar politics. They were part of a social circle. When I look at the S Street house, I see what is it was a new house, but it was a fairly modest house for a now wealthy couple, which I think can be explained by the fact that they had other houses.
Tim, as a follow-up question, if there were, since we're talking about hypothetical nominations here, if there were a multiple property nomination for homes in Georgetown that contribute, that significance is in this New Deal urban homesteading time period, would you consider the P Street property a contributing property in that instance?
Well, I think that because you would have a range of buildings that we would generally be considering contributing buildings to Georgetown, I think such a multiple property document would probably be tied to important figures who occupied those properties and came during the New Deal and came during World War II and sort of knew each other and had important positions. So I think we'd be brought back to, you could introduce a multiple property, that would be an umbrella document and a way to consider these things. But we'd come back to the question of, is this property significant for its occupation by Doris Fleeson? And frankly, we can call this the Doris Fleeson house because that's the name on the deed. That's the name she was christened with. That's the name she wrote her column under.
Thank you, Tim.
And is it my turn?
I think so, yes, please.
Thank you. I think that, Gabrielle, you make an excellent point about reading from the bulletin, and I am mystified at the, why Tim, the staff report does not acknowledge this house, and that the whole homesteader, I think you make an excellent point also, Gabrielle, about the, if this homesteader thing is an issue, she didn't do that. She moved in, she didn't make any of the changes. She also bought this house that it was brand new. She and her husband lived there. This thing about the name is, she wanted to be independent, and she chose in 1958 to marry someone else. And it's not like she had this flag of I'm done with men. I don't know what he's after with that one, the name, so I think that's a red herring in this whole discussion. The importance of the house in Georgetown is a contributing resource. We've also been struggling with this issue of, is the house on S Street a contributing resource? And all of the reasons that he stated about the house in Georgetown being a contributing resource would apply to this house being a contributing resource as well, the S Street house. But your point about if it's different periods of time, if that's the argument that Tim Dene is making, that this whole, the late 40s, 50s, and 50s is when she was working there, that's a very different period than later, then that would apply to criteria B. I would like to say, just about California House, is that in her columns, actually, on several occasions after she gets married, she goes on a hiatus of work. She said, this is the last column you're going to see until Congress reconvenes. And she goes to California. That's when she's in California. She's not working on a regular basis in California. She's working in Washington. And that's what her byline is saying, Washington. And that is in the newspapers. So I think that, her husband did have a house out there, but they used it and for her part, it was a vacation house, not the work life that she had in Washington, D.C. Washington was her focus her entire career. That cannot be denied. So I don't know if it's possible the P Street house isn't up for designation. There's no nomination that's put forward. There's only the staff report. The S Street house is, and there's certainly grounds to show that it is very significant to her life and her work. And as she said, her life was her work. This is not a person who was that different in that regard, separating them out. She traveled a great deal in both cases because that's what it required in her work. So, if there is a case that both houses could be listed, then let the P Street one come up for a nomination. Let's nominate this one at this time. Let's designate it, and the other one can be designated if it falls under B correctly. But there's the importance of her to the nation during this time period. It was just rising. And yes, it's, when you start something and when you finish something, in her case, it was growing. It was growing from when she started. And that's what I tried to illustrate in the presentation, is that she started out as a small reporter and she gradually moved up and up and up in the nation during her career. And this is the house where she really reached the pinnacle of her career. And yes, she got awards. Most of the awards, she did a very good job with McCarthy. That was a very strong reason for the awards that she was getting because of her research on McCarthy. And that was what I think, this is my opinion, I think that's why she got the Bell Syndicate offer. And that, the United Features offer, that she was moved out of Bell Syndicate into the bigger United Features offer because of her work on McCarthy. And that just expanded her career dramatically. So I don't know. So I think you're very well said, Gabrielle, as to what's behind this. So Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
we
both.
still have several people who have registered to speak and provide testimony today, so I'm gonna shift gears so that we can hear that, and then we can come back to any remaining questions that the board may have. I'm gonna start with Laura Dallard.
Hello. Thank you for hearing from me today. I want to, just say that I fully support the hard work of the SKHA and Emily Eig uncovering, just listening to it today, the incredible history of Doris Fleeson living in this particular house on S Street. I appreciate that they did it as a woman during Women's History Month. I think it's incredible. I'm inspired by Doris Fleeson as a pioneering political journalist and women's rights activist, and her contributions, particularly her contributions at the, what I agree, is the pinnacle of her career while she lived in this home. It's really inspiring. And I truly do hope that that the board agrees with that, and that it is designated as a landmark. As a mother of two daughters, I think she truly is an inspiration, and the work and the contribution to society that she provided during this time in her life is important. As Ms. Eig noted, she was the first occupant in this house after it was built, lived there till her death. The home was an unofficial headquarters of a presidential campaign. The home and its specific address was specifically mentioned on the Senate floor by multiple senators eulogizing her when she passed away. It's in the Senate record. So I just want to lend my support and say, as a resident of the area, as a next door neighbor, that I think it is significant and contributing from my perspective. I do want to just note a few observations on the HPO recommendation. I was a little, I don't know how to say this. It's a little disappointing that the point about Ms. Fleeson should not be considered, the S Street house should not be considered as important because Ms. Fleeson owned it with her husband. That just seems a little strange to me. I hope, I don't think that comes up when someone else is, two people are on a deed of a house. When a man is being celebrated through landmark status, she was married, she chose to be married. I think we're kind of adding, it sounds like to me, an additional requirement for women there. So I hope that is not a factor from my perspective as a woman, again, during Women's History Month. And the premise that a home someone lived in when they're older is less significant than when they're younger. I mean, I would agree with the comments earlier that, this was a very significant house, significant time in her life. She had multiple significant times in her life, and this really seemed like the pinnacle of her career. Again, I also want to just observe, it was pointed out, I think, a few times, there's no landmark application for any other house up today for Doris Fleeson than this one, the S Street one. So it just seems strange to me that we're talking about the other house when there's no, in Georgetown, when there's no application for it. It seems like the HPO staff is answering a question that no one's asking at this point. So I just want to, make that observation. But I want to end on a positive note here that I truly appreciate the opportunity to share my views today. And again, I think, it's wonderful, the work of the SKHA and Emily Eig in uncovering this history. I appreciate that as a woman. I hope that the board will support this application. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness from the board? Okay, or the next person we'll hear from is Olivia, I'll say B, Olivia B. And I have notes that Veronica Perrimans may join.
Yes, hello. This is Veronica Permans, and yes, I'm here with my husband, Olivier Biebug, and yes, I decided not to use his name, so, but I don't think that really matters when it's a woman's choice to pick her own name or her husband's name. So I don't think the name should be
I'm just asking who to
consideration in any of
testify.
this.
I'm just asking who wants to testify. Do both of you want to testify, or one
Yeah,
of you?
I will
You can
talk for both of
decide.
us. And actually, I think everything has been said by the experts, and I don't think, other than saying that we support the landmark application, and we think it would be. We see many tourists actually walking down our street to go to the Wilson House, which is a museum. And I think it would be very interesting for them to learn about Doris Fleeson as well when they pass the house at number 2120, and that it will show the diversity of the Sheridan Kalorama district, and also that not every famous person in DC lived in a big multi-story mansion. So I would respectfully want to ask you to continue to protect the historic heritage of our district and to approve this landmark application and give Doris Fleeson the recognition that she deserves. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. The next person I have is Arnab.
Hi, I'm
Arnab
actually
M.
Laura's husband, and I just, I just have to reiterate everything that has been said so far. I'm just very thankful for Emily Ig and the SKHA for really looking into this, and it's just a wonderful story. I just want to reiterate, the comment about the last name really also rubbed me very much the wrong way. I don't understand what the point of that comment is, and it doesn't make any sense to me. The one other point I did want to make is that we've moved to Sheridan, Kalorama, and what we find is that people move to Sheridan, Kalorama during the pinnacles of their career. And if you look at the other house on our street, that is a historic landmark, the Woodrow Wilson House, which is a museum. Woodrow Wilson moved into that house at the pinnacle of his career. When he finished his presidency, he bought that house and he moved there with his wife. And she lived there long past his death. So I'm not sure that, the argument makes any sense to compare one part of someone's career to another part of someone's career, or for their age at the time to have anything to do with historic status. We've shown that that's not the case with the house just down the street. And I think it would mean a lot for people to know about this. And I think our street is very heavily trafficked, as Veronique said, by tourists, by people going to the dog park with Mitchell Park. And obviously, Jeff Bezos's house is also on the same street. And there's many, many, many tourists there. And I think it's a great location to honor her. And I just really hope that the board takes this into account and gives it, the proper, context. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. The next person that I have registered is Cynthia Giordano.
Yes. Good morning. This is Cynthia
Good
Giordano.
morning.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Sheridan Kalorama Historical Association. And I just wanted to make a few points, sort of following up on the previous witness. I too was just offended by the notion that the fact that she purchased a house with her husband somehow, took away from her importance in that transaction. And also the thought that, the fact that her husband had a corporation on the West Coast that he needed to spend time dealing with somehow had a lot to do with what she was doing at the time. So that's just neither here nor there. But sort of following up on board member Bell's thoughts, that I think we can say, both of these houses have some significance. And why are we fighting over this one as opposed to the other one. This one clearly has significance. There is a nomination before the board. There's no nomination before the board for the Georgetown House, and the owner has not weighed in on that. So why are we fighting this? I mean, my experience with, and I've been involved in land use mainly on the zoning side for over 30 years. And my impression has always been that the board will basically lean in the direction of preservation and protection of historic buildings as opposed to the alternative. So I just find it really curious that we're just fighting over this like the staff is. And then finally, the issue of relying on this biographer as compared to the extensive research that Traceries has done with the help of a researcher on site in Kansas where Fleason's records are kept. Clearly to me, and just sort of putting this kind of in legal terms, you know, who do you rely on most? In court of law, hearsay is less valuable than having a witness who can speak directly to the research that they have done and the work that they have done and is subject to questions is more probative than this biography. So that is those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Any final questions from the board?
Sorry, Chair Heath, in general or just for the
Either.
Okay.
Either.
Yeah, I guess if I could, I did have a question about integrity. I know the application kind of references that, and we've talked about the Peachtree House quite a bit. I guess maybe if Tim or Emily could speak to the integrity of the S Street House. I've only ever seen one exterior photo, and I guess if as we know, we've been presented with a concept review application to make some modifications, and I'm just wondering, were this house to be landmarked, how we might assess the integrity of what is there now versus what is there historically versus what may be proposed. So I guess if someone could speak kind of specifically to the architectural integrity versus what might be the proposed period of significance, and specifically for kind of things we can't see in the everything beyond just this one picture of the house that we see here.
Would yeah, go ahead, Tim.
The house has obviously been painted. It was well, I mean, if we go back to 1959, what you had was a composition of 3 houses, of which this was the central pavilion. I think it's fair to say that it doesn't read that way anymore. It's been painted to distinguish it, perhaps to freshen it up, whatever, from the rest of the row. The unit to the right of it in the photo that we see here has, I think, effectively been destroyed. I mean, if there's anything left under there, you can't see it or it's unrecognizable. And the portico has been replaced, doors have been replaced, windows have been replaced, not merely replaced, but replaced with different windows of different configuration. The first floor openings have been blocked down. Garage door has been replaced, although that's not a big issue. Garage doors come and go. It looks reasonably the
I
same.
think so.
So to me, it's sort of, I mean, if you look at the integrity of setting, that's been changed a lot. Obviously, the front yard was not paved so extensively with those kind of pavers back at that time. So that's how I would characterize it. This is not an issue of we're not trying to honor architecture here. The point with a a property that is submitted under the criteria for significance for a relationship to an important figure is that it reasonably reflect the appearance of it during their occupation. I think it's still recognizable. Sure, you can take the two pictures and you go, yeah, that's the same building. But it's declined in its integrity, and I assert, based on a quarter century of doing this kind of thing, that it is that the other house has more integrity.
Did that,
Thank you.
okay.
No,
Emily, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I don't agree with,
Okay.
with Tim. I mean, there have been some changes. The portico is the main piece and obviously the setting. And this is not about architecture, the window configuration, the fenestration is the same. The portico being the big thing, and these pavers, you could see that there was more lawn there before. But this still has the same, I think I showed you the elevation of the house as it was drawn up. And this is, except for this portico, relatively the same. This house on, I mean, I don't know if we want to talk about the house on P Street, but the siding has been changed. The house on S Street has been painted. I don't think that this is an issue of this house. We shouldn't be looking at the intactness of that house, even though I do not think that it is as great as the intactness of this house, of the S Street house, but I don't think that's your point. I think the point is this house, or is it not?
No, I don't care as much about the house on P Street. We're not reviewing that for
Right, yeah.
landmarking.
Yeah.
I guess I'm interested,
Yeah.
like,
These are
would
all
we ever-
changes. Any change that's been made is reversible on this house. The back of this house backs onto, it's got two sides that, it's a row house essentially, is how, and the same wall is on the back, and the back is intact to its appearance. It's visible only on an angle because it's a very steep grade in the back, and it's only visible like really at an angle. You can see part of the house. You cannot gain access to this house without going across private property. There's no alley or anything to allow us to take photographs of that. So.
Okay, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I see a hand raised. David Maloney. David, would you like to speak? Do you intend to raise your hand?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Sure.
And you might have seen that I raised and lowered my hand from time to time. That is because I wondered whether or not I should say anything or not, but I really would like to just make a couple of points for the board's information. I know this is a very heated case, if you will, where there are strong opinions on both sides. And I don't want to give anyone the impression that I'm trying to put a tip the scale at all. But just first of all, just an observation that the comments about there being no application for the Georgetown house, I would put that in the context of there was no application for this Sheridan Kalorama house either until a development issue related to the house came up. So the staff report, which was very carefully prepared by our staff, does point out that it is possible to be in contact with the owner of the Georgetown house about the potential designation of the house in Georgetown. And I will reiterate that we would be happy to reach out to them to see whether or not they would be amenable to doing that. We also, regardless of whether or not they would necessarily consent to a nomination, which I would be surprised if they would, it's already being in the Georgetown Historic District, but we have the authority to prepare such a nomination ourselves, and we could do that. The other point I'd like to make is I would really encourage the board to take very seriously the direction of the National Register, that in this situations like this, the best example should be the one that is forwarded for National Register listing. We would be very disinclined to nominate two properties representing Doris Fleeson's life to the National Register because of their direction. Um, my sense is that they would not list two, but nonetheless, I think that is guidance that we intend to follow, and our preferred approach would be to nominate one of them. The same thing goes for DC landmark nomination. I think we would encourage the board to focus on the property that best represents Doris Leeson's undoubtedly outstanding and significant life. It's not to diminish the fact that she lived here in the Sheridan Calorama house, but from the standpoint of following well thought out guidance in landmark designation, we would really just encourage that the board focus on the notion that we would like to end up with one designation. Thanks.
Thank you, David. We appreciate you weighing in. Matt, I think you have a hand up.
Yeah, I've been trying to lower it and
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so no comments or questions?
Well, only for David. I mean, David, is it what you're suggesting? I mean, you seem to be suggesting that if you viewed the two things, if you had a nomination equally for both, and we don't have one, we have to take them one at a time, right? We have to take them one at a time. We don't have a nomination for the house in Georgetown. But in a hypothetical scenario, you're saying if there was a complete nomination for the two, you would probably be inclined to support the house in Georgetown rather than the other house.
Yes, that's correct. And for the reasons that are laid out in our staff report. We put out the staff report after much thought and much care, and debate about it. And I just want to say I think it is the right decision to make. I mean, I stand up for our staff report. I think that the recommendation is the right one, and to me, I guess the point is that the fact that there is no current nomination for the Georgetown House is irrelevant. There was no current nomination for the Sheridan Calorama House either. So I think it's unfair to sort of imply that there's some demerit or some deficiency on the part of either preservationists generally or the owner of the Georgetown House or whoever, that there has not yet been a nomination for the Georgetown House.
But okay, we keep putting these two things in opposition to one another, and I can understand why. I mean, at the very least, this person deserves to have one of her residences listed, right?
Correct.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah,
she
right.
passes the test in terms of one of the criteria, right? So would it be I know we're supposed to take these things one at a time and the merits. On the other hand, you know, it seems like one possible thing to do would be to see if the other house and the owners are interested in nominating that. And would it be possible to, Marnie, to table this and understand that? I mean, you know, because if we're saying this person deserves one of their houses to be listed where they did all this important work and things like that, okay, fair enough. And if we say, okay, the National Register guidelines suggest that more than one property is not the best scenario for this, and we say this person deserves one of their properties, if it comes back and for whatever reason the house on P Street doesn't get nominated or whatever, would we then nominate this house?
Is that a question for me, Matt?
Well, I'm just sort of thinking this through. I mean, it seems like, you know, because we're putting these two houses, just like this slide suggests, in kind of opposition to one another and debating the merits of which one is the more, but we don't have the benefits of a staff report and a nomination for the house on P Street, right? And so, and we're saying she obviously deserves to be, you know, memorialized in such a way. But yet we're making a decision. We're saying, okay, you have to choose between one of these, but we only have information, deep and thorough and very impressive, you know, argument put forth by Ms. Eig and her staff about the house on S Street. And yet you know, we're trying to sort of weigh these two things without a full report on the house on P Street.
Sure, sure. Well, and I think, yes, if the board thought that would be an appropriate way to proceed, we have no objection to that. And sure, it would allow us to be in touch with the owner and proceed from there. So we do not have any objection to your tabling this.
Okay. Yeah, Matt, I do think that is a smart approach, so that we then have both, since there's been so much talk, and as this slide shows, as you pointed out, that we're making a lot of comparisons between the two without full information on the second. So to table this would seem to make sense to allow us to determine first if the owner is interested in a designation, but then to also allow the staff to put that designation together.
Well, let me also say, Marnique, that you know, in the if the P Street house didn't exist, and this was the case that was made, I'm persuaded by this. In you know, if it was the only place we could cite as to where this person, you know, did much of her mature work and the impact she made on the United States and things like that. But this other house brings up this conundrum about, you know, what is really the best thing to do. And I think right now we're operating we're supposed to take these nominations one by one on a case by case basis, but that almost seems impossible in this case, to be quite honest.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Okay. We have a request, sort of out of order, but I do think it's fair to hear from the owner and architect of the S Street house. Are they, I'm not sure of the name, but I will give you the opportunity to speak at this time.
Hey everyone, this is Adam Green, the architect for the concept review for 2120 S Street. We appreciate the thoroughness of this landmark application and review, and you know, stand by the staff report, and you know, believe, you know, agree with, you know, what's been spoken about, that you know, they should be entertained separately as is typical, from a procedural standpoint, and hardship on the owner of 2120 S Street. You know, we began this process. She purchased the property in August of 2024, and we submitted our documents on time in October, and went through 2 ANC meetings, and this is our 3rd HPRB hearing to consider concept review changes. And you know, it's a financial burden to hold on to a property for 7 months with little to no progress. I think what Emily has presented is incredibly thorough in terms of being able to consider 2120 S Street as a landmark property or not. And we would urge the board to make a decision on that, to you know, promote some, you know, deliberate, you know, answers. You know, there's a lot of time that's been spent on this particular project. This has been 2 hours now just on this landmark application alone today. So we want some sort of resolution, and we again stand by the staff report, that this is not the best candidate for a landmark application. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, any final questions from the board? I do think, if there are no other questions, that I would take the recommendation from Board Member Bell that we table this and allow HPO to inquire and do more work regarding the Key Street property and come back to us with a report that allows us to weigh both. I think it seems clear, we haven't voted on this, but it seems to be the position of the board that we believe that Ms. Kearns is worthy of one of her homes being designated. She certainly is worthy of, noteworthy at the level of having some designation. So whether it's this house or the P Street house, I think we'd be able to determine at a later date with greater information. So there would be no vote taken unless there's a board member who would like to state a different position for direction.
It's not far away.
Madam Chair, I don't disagree with Matt Bell's solution in the short term, but I am concerned about the amount of time the property owner has taken with this process. And I don't think it's really fair for them to be hanging for some indefinite period of time. So maybe if there's an opportunity for staff to weigh the P Street option with all due haste, so that
That's fair. Yeah.
something can come back on consent next meeting.
But,
one way or the other.
I think Andrew makes a good point. The other question I have is, are we precluding the possibility that both would be listed in doing this? Are we saying we agree that it's one or the other? That we should get some clarity on that too, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Or do we come back and say, well, actually, both of them, I mean.
Yeah, I'm hearing a strong recommendation from the staff that would not be the recommendation, but I hear, I mean, I see a hand from David. So, David Maloney.
Sure.
Is there something you'd like to add?
Actually, it was not on the designation issue. It was on the issue of considering the permit application or the design review application from the owner of the property. My understanding is that is on the agenda for this morning. And I would suggest that the board go ahead and hear that. And to Mr. Green's point, the applicant has waited for a long time to get their designs before the board. And I think it would be helpful if the board did go ahead and review it. We recognize, of course, the provisions in the law that indicate that landmark designations should be considered before permit applications are for the property. But there is enough information in the record about this house, I think, for the board to fairly consider its small h historic character, and also then go ahead and consider the architectural proposal for alterations to the house. And Madam Chair, I think you have flexibility within the rules to move that forward if you think it's appropriate, and I would encourage you to do that. I don't think that the discussions about the designation or the actual fact of the designation is going to make that much difference in the way the board would treat the architectural proposal.
Okay. Yeah, I would certainly want to continue. It is next on our agenda.
Madam Chair, yeah, just
yes,
quickly, following up on Board Member Bell's suggestion, I just would want to impress upon the staff as they're moving forward, and for the sake of expediting this process, that in their consideration and investigation to both these properties, in the current investigation that we have in the staff report, the main source that they're using is the secondary biographical book, but I would not be convinced if another staff report were to come out looking at the same source. I would really impress upon them that they look at these additional sources, these primary sources that Ms. Ige has presented to us in that consideration, and to seriously, from those resources, reconsider the question of whether or not both properties would potentially be eligible to submit to the National Register. Because I think there's a scenario in which, and I understand under the guidelines that this is necessary, scenario in which to determine if they are pitted against each other, that we would have to pick which one is the best. But based off the staff report that we currently have, it's looking at an incomplete set of resources and records, of which we've been presented more today. So if I were to see that next month without new resources being put into that, I would not be able to make a vote on it.
Thank you for that comment, Ms. Miller. We get your point, and we would be glad to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to conclude the designation hearing for today based on the board's recommendation, and ask that the staff move with deliberate haste to get the P Street application in front of us sometime soon. We will now hear the next case on our agenda, which is same residence, but a concept application for a third floor and rear addition. And I will ask staff to present, and then we'll hear from the architect and owner.
Good morning. This is Steve Colcott, the staff reviewer for this concept application for alterations and additions to 2120 S Street. This project was the concept was first presented to the board back in December of 2024, where you heard the applicant's presentation and public testimony. You deferred taking action at the request of the ANC to allow the ANC to consider the case. The ANC decided ultimately not to take a position on the concept, but then at the January 2025 meeting, at that point, the landmark application had just been submitted, so you deferred taking an action on the concept to hear the landmark application, which you heard today. The building is currently listed in the National Register Historic District nomination as a non-contributing building. It was built outside the period of significance. As Tim alluded to when we were talking about integrity, it was originally built as one in a row of three, the center unit in a row of three houses. The house to the right, 2122, was significantly altered just before the historic district was designated, turned from a two-story building into a three-story building, and the front facade was pulled forward out towards the street. So there's no recollection or vestige of the adjacent building. And has also been talked about, the house, the subject house has been altered with changes to its windows and doors and the portico and painting and such. In our review of this project, we evaluated it as a non-contributing building. However, as Emily pointed out in previous testimony, the historic district nomination for Sheridan Kalorama has a passage in it that says that it encourages the board to consider changes or consider the contributing status of non-contributing buildings when alterations are being proposed or demolition applications or treatments to them, because they were simply classified as non-contributing because they were at the time of designation less than 50 years old, but then many of them show compatibility with the district and should be evaluated for their individual contributions as they become 50 years old or as appropriate. As we have pointed out as well, while that may be the case, that has not been the board's or the community's practice. The board has reviewed and approved numerous alterations to non-contributing buildings without reevaluating whether they should be listed as contributing or non-contributing, and has accepted that they have been and have been treated as non-contributing resources. And we cite 6 or 8 or so projects that the board has approved that have fundamentally changed the character of these non-contributing buildings without undertaking that reevaluation. Instead, the staff has pointed out that the board's more traditional practice has been, when either looking at a historic district boundary expansion or a period of significance change, to look cumulatively at all of the buildings that would be affected and make a blanket decision about the boundaries or about the period of significance, rather than doing it as a one-off exercise. Our recommendation to the board has been based on the fact that this is listed as a non-contributing building. We accept it as a non-contributing building and have found that the proposed alterations, which include a rooftop addition, which would be flush with the face of the building, and change the pediment, it would eliminate the pediment and create a new pediment at a 3rd floor level, as well as a rear alteration and some site alterations, which are relatively minor. We have evaluated those for their impact on the character of the historic district, rather than on this as a contributing building or on this as a landmark building. The reason the status of the building matters is because the board has traditionally applied different standards to non-contributing buildings than to contributing buildings than to landmark buildings. The purpose of reviewing alterations to non-contributing buildings is merely to find that they're generally compatible with the character of the historic district, that you're not doing something that is out of character with the historic district. The purposes in the law for the treatment of contributing buildings or for landmarks is first and foremost to preserve the character defining features of those buildings and to find that alterations to them are compatible with their character. So while adding an additional floor on top of a non-contributing building could be found compatible if it's generally appropriate with the height and mass and materials and fenestration and so forth with the character of the historic district, as we are recommending that the board find with this proposal, it would be harder for the board to find that to be compatible for a contributing building or for a landmark, because it would result in fundamental changes to the character of that building. It would remove character defining features. And so therefore the standards are different. I'm not sure how you all are going to handle the review of this or provide comments to this today, since the status of the building could vary between a non-contributing building to a contributing building to a landmark building. But I will turn it over to the architect, who can briefly walk you back through the plan, since it's been several months since you've seen them, to familiarize you with the project again, and you can provide comments as you think fit.
All right. Thank you, Steve. All right.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Monique. Can you just go to the next slide to start, since we've been staring at this cover sheet and this image. So Steve did a good job of explaining the scope. We're looking to construct a new 2-story sunroom on the back porch, the existing back porch. We are recladding the front portico, which is not original to the home, and adding a 3rd floor with a limited roof deck off of the back to take advantage of the views down the topography. Here's the existing images. 2122 S Street is one of these existing 3 row homes that's been, added to towards the front of S Street, and another level has been added. And then on the top left image, you can see the other part of this original trio, which 2118 S Street, which remains relatively intact as it was originally. And here's the back facade. Nothing remarkable, relatively new rear porch with metal stair. Next. Here's an existing site plan just that tries to describe the overarching goals of the project. From the page left to right, we're increasing an areaway that exists to meet the building code. We are recladding the portico, adding this new 3rd floor, and enclosing an existing porch. And as Steve mentioned, some limited site work in the rear yard, which includes a new step down into the rear yard and a future plunge pool in the backyard. Here are the front and rear elevations. As been mentioned, it's a row home, so there's limited elevations to the left and right, although we'll see those in the picture. Number 1, the north elevation is the reclad. What we're proposing with the window fenestration that exists, there's an existing fenestration around the existing windows that we intend to mimic on the new addition, and we'd be adding this new pediment. The goal from an architectural sense is to heighten and formalize the elevation of the home to be compatible with the stature of the rest of the homes in the neighborhood, including the next door neighbor at 2122 S Street, and still have some semblance of the essence of the facade that existed before. On the rear, we're enclosing the existing porch, as mentioned, and then a roof deck on the 3rd floor. All the existing openings on the existing home are going to remain and were replaced with new windows, with the exception of adding a new door on the 2nd floor, which you can see on the left image of the rear elevation. Next. Here's a schematic side elevation of the home. We're intending to wrap the brick material around the corner, continue the quality material that exists on the home and the side elevation. Next is another image. This is a completely closed facade with the taller modified neighbor at 2122 S Street. And then we can just quickly run through the plans that we've described all of the work. This is the lowest level with an enclosed porch and the rear yard. Here's our 1st floor. We're, as mentioned, recladding the front portico, adding a new area well, and enclosing the existing porch with a new step down. The upper level, the floor plate remains the same. We're adding a door to access a roof deck off of the new sunroom. And then this is the new 3rd floor plan with, as mentioned, a very limited roof deck. Next, we can look at some photorealistic renderings. We've gone to the effort of showing what this could look in real life. We borrowed a lot of the materiality from similar homes in the neighborhood. The intent is to use cast stone elements for the pediment, the new portico, and the fenestration around the new windows to match the existing fenestration. And open up on the right side, you can see we're opening up the original window, large window that's currently partially closed in. And then lastly is the rear as mentioned, with hardscaping, new stair down, and enclosed porch. From our perspective, we'd love to get any feedback on the architecture of the home and, if feasible, understand that if this project gets landmarked, does the landmark status impact any of the architectural moves that we're proposing? So thank you. We hope we get some feedback.
Sure. Do board members have questions before we provide feedback?
Yeah, I have a question.
Mhm.
The little bump up at the roof line, the existing building has a pediment. Did you look at what a pediment would look like here? You know, I mean, that is a characteristic feature of the building. Is there a reason why you made this deliberate change from that?
We worked with Steve Calcott on a couple iterations of.
It's Steve's fault, I see.
It's
Okay.
Thanks.
Take that,
started
Steve.
differently.
Take that,
No.
Steve.
Throw me under the
Thanks a lot.
bus.
Yes.
So we did consider it. We thought this was an opportunity to bring a different sort of architectural element to the facade, as opposed to simply copy pasting what was there previously.
The existing doorway that's there that you're getting rid of, right? You're getting rid of it and building a new one, right?
That's
a
correct.
totally new one. Was that original to the house?
It was not. There was an existing, more simplified roof structure there, and this is now what it is existing.
It was also unenclosed. It was just a portico, an open
portico.
Right.
So it's been enclosed, and there's an arched roof there now, standing seam arched roof in blue.
Okay.
So we sought to, again, formalize this front entry, trying to give some impact and elevate the formality of the facade.
Okay.
Matt, just to add to what Adam said, again, sort of the sort of starting point for this project was to assume this was a non-contributing building rather than to try and hold on to features of it or replicate features of it. I have talked to the architect about, okay, if this is reclassified as a contributing building or as a landmark, you know, what about, you know, putting in 6/6 windows and doing a portico that's a little bit more like the original, and maybe the pediment, you know, but I've been reluctant to ask them to go to the expense of making design changes, absent any feedback from the board on sort of how this building should be treated.
Right. Okay. That's helpful.
Makes sense. All right. Any other questions? We do have a few people, actually some of the same people who were registered to speak on the last application also would like to testify on this one. So we can hear from witness testimony and then shift back to questions if the board's okay with that. The first person that I have registered is Kendi French. Is Kendi French on the line? All right. Sounds like no. So we will continue on with Laura Dallard.
Hi, this is Kendi French.
Oh, great. Okay,
Sorry.
perfect.
I just didn't know I didn't know what button to push. Thank you.
Okay.
The door closed. Hi. So the Sheridan Kalorama Historical Association strongly opposes the proposed third floor addition on 2120 S Street. The SKHA serves as the preservation guardian of the Sheridan Kalorama Historic District. The Sheridan-Kalorama Historic District was officially formed on September 30th, 1989, through registration in the National Register of Historic Places. The registration document was signed into existence by Carol Thompson at DC local level and signed by Patrick Andrews of the Department of Interior of the federal government. It is this document that gives HPRB the mandate and jurisdiction to evaluate and vote on proposed alterations and additions made to structures in this district. This document is clear with respect to the process of determining how building deemed non-contributing in 1989 simply because they were not yet 50 years old are to be treated by HPRB going forward. And I quote, "These buildings are classified non-contributing because they are technically less than 50 years old. With few exceptions, these buildings show remarkable compatibility with the rest of the historic district and must be evaluated for their individual contributions as they become 50 years older or as appropriate." Clearly, the directive is mandatory. Structures that have become 50 years old must be evaluated for their individual contributions. The Historic Preservation Office has not done this through the process with respect to 2120, and without doing so, they have deemed 2120 still non-contributing. This evaluation must be done under same criteria for contributing status as provided in the original registration document. We understand that the HPRB may not have the resources to this. Consequently, the SKHA has contributed considerable resources to evaluate 2120 S Street according to the original registration, by the very same historic consulting person who authorized the original document. That would be Traceries. SKHA has also committed to evaluating all of the other 50 plus buildings under the same criteria as original documents. HPO cannot avoid the required evaluation as a precursor to reviewing the proposed alterations of 2120. The fact that the adjacent house was already altered prior to the designation does not prevent this responsibility. To be clear, if HPRB were to approve the addition, it would be effectively amending the Sheridan-Kalorama Historic District without the proper notice and community feedback. The SKHA strenuously objects to this and would simply request that the instructions in the registration document regarding the need for continued evaluation be followed. SKHA is more than happy to contribute resources to make this administratively possible, as they have done for 2120S. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. The next person we will hear from is Laura Dallard.
I don't think it's available. I think I'm also on the list. Maybe next, Arnav Mukherjee.
Yes.
So I'll just kind of reiterate everything the SKHA is saying from a homeowner perspective. You know, when we moved into this neighborhood, we knew it was a historic district. You know, we looked at the documents, we looked at everything, and I think rightfully so, we thought that these houses cannot be altered beyond recognition and have floor additions built and really significant things done. We had just moved out of the DuPont Circle Historic District, and we knew that that wasn't possible there either. And that's specifically why we chose to live in this neighborhood. And we looked for a very long time for a house that was large enough for what we wanted, and because we knew we really couldn't do anything to the outside of the house. In fact, for our house, which actually was altered prior in 1988, prior to this, maybe even the reason why the document says exactly what it says. The document essentially says it must. I just want to clarify, because I think it's been very much muddled in the communication. it must be evaluated when they're 50 years or older or when appropriate. And it must be done individually, not based on the other houses around it. And I think those words are there for a reason. And I mean, Emily Ike wrote them because she was the one who actually did the registration. She could speak to that. But those words are there for a reason, individually, and it must be done. Because I think they wanted to protect exactly this from happening. Someone using the justification of one house being altered to start altering another one and then another one, you know, and just creating this mishmash of different looking houses. And, you know, we've all seen that in other districts. You know, we looked at houses in Burleith, and that was something that, you know, didn't really attract us to it, was that every house kind of looked different and of different ages and kind of like they didn't go together. And I don't think people are looking for that in Sheridan, Colorado. That's why they've moved there. That's why they have the historic district. And I think, you know, just as Kindy read, you know, and we really support her strength in this, is that it has to be done. It's been, you know, otherwise we have to alter the document because we're not following the document here if we don't do it. I don't know, you know, what the legal ramifications of that are because, you know, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a physician, but it's just common sense. The other thing I just wanted to mention very quickly was our experience with this. We found out about this simply by looking at the website because no one contacted us. So the architect, instead of talking to the SKHA, the board, talking to us and saying, hey, we're thinking of doing these things. What do you guys think? Which would have kind of avoided a lot of this because we would have looked it up. We would have said, oh, hey, wait, you know, like, what is this about? None of that happened. The architect went and talked to Steve Colcott directly. And I guess they went through multiple iterations of the elevation and, you know, didn't really contact anyone in the neighborhood about it. And that, I think, unfortunately, is the original sin of this, is that if we all worked together, I don't think any of this would have ever happened. And now we're all stuck in this very unusual situation. And I really do sympathize with the HPO office, with really everybody, and the homeowner, really everybody involved in this. But the bottom line is you can't change. Once you make a change to the house and build another floor, it's not like you can undo it. So, you know, it has to be taken with, you know, a lot of deliberation, especially because the precedent it's going to set for the other 50 houses in the neighborhood. This could start basically a development boom in the neighborhood where people are just going to go into all these houses and start changing them, because not a single house that is a private residence has had a third floor built since 1989. Not a single house. The only place that has had a third floor built is actually above a dry cleaner attached to a condo building or apartment building. And I think Kindy can speak to that as well. So we're really setting a precedent. We're changing the actual, you know, registration by doing this. And I think, you know, I just hope that the board, you know, deliberates on this, you know, with the gravity that it is. It's not just about this one house. And I really appreciate your time and your deliberation throughout this entire process. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do just want to make it clear that we don't see this as setting a precedent. This is one of a few non-contributing homes within the historic district. So that's why there's been discussion of reevaluating whether this should be contributing. A non-contributing building certainly gets consideration for a renovation with a much lower level of scrutiny than a contributing building. And then a less level of a contributing building receives a different sort of evaluation than a landmarked building. So we would look at all of those. We'd look at this building differently depending on its status, and currently the status is non-contributing. And so I just want to make that clear that this is not precedent setting. If this were to go forward, this does not mean that every house in Sheridan, Colorado can now add a third floor. So just to be clear, Thank you for your testimony, and we appreciate your time. I'm going to turn to the next person on our list. Again, we have both Olivier B. and Veronica P.
Yes, yeah, Veronique, my wife spoke at the landmark application, and I'm going to speak now. So thank you very much for giving us the time and the serious consideration to this project. I'm the owner of the house you don't see because they don't show it. It's the one on the left, 2118th Street, the smaller house that is currently aligned with 2120. I'm frankly a little bit upset by what the architect is presenting to you, because on the first page, he claims that we have added a garage to our house, 2118th Street, which we already mentioned multiple times is not the case. Our house, 2118, has not been altered at all since 1959 when it was built. The garage is original. It's been established. I think that's why we enlisted the help from Treasuries originally, because that statement was made and was incorrect, and we wanted to set the record straight. So our house 2118 is completely original, and 2120, which is attached to it and share the common wall, the whole wall is a common wall, has barely been altered as well. There has just been the enclosing of the portico and the paint. So these are facts, and I like the board to really be serious about those facts. What I would ask the board, with all due respect, is not to authorize something which has never been authorized before. There has never been an authorization for an addition of a full floor on a row house sharing common walls, whether the building was contributing or not in the Sheridan Kalorama district, since it became protected and designated in 1989. I know it's a complex case in front of you, and I'm sure you can acknowledge that. Over the last couple of months, you have heard testimonies from the board of the CKNC, which is the Sheridan Kalorama Neighborhood Council, which I think put a letter on record. You heard the SKHA and their historical expert. You receive a formal request from the ANC, as well as petition from the neighborhood asking you to seriously look into the contributing status of 3120 S Street, and thereby in practice not to allow the exceptional addition of a full floor. Everybody knows that Sheridan Kalorama is one of DC historic districts where preservation rules are in place, and that no expansion of that nature is ever guaranteed without going through a full review process. So not only is it public knowledge, but the process is very well documented online on public sources. On the very first page of the publicly available declaration of the SK preservation statutes, it's also clearly stated that each house should be individually assessed when it passes its 50 years old mark. Nowhere does it publicly state that the individual assessment is not in effect for a lack of administrative convenience. So in conclusion, I'm asking you to implement the spirit and the letter of the Sheridan Kalorama preservation articles and to protect its current residents and owners. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Were you speaking on behalf of both you and Veronica? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
My wife had to leave, yes.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing her. All right, then the last person I have registered is Cynthia Giordano.
Yes, hello, thank you. I'll be very brief. I just, as was acknowledged, I think, by Mr. Colcott and the board itself, the standard's very different to be applied to this concept depending on the landmark or contributing or non-contributing status of the building. So I just don't see how the board can make a decision on this alteration application until the landmark application is decided. And I hope the board will table this along with the landmark application. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I would agree with Ms. Giordano's statement, and Steve has said it as well. I think as I just said, the review, the evaluation of a concept application for this property is going to be different depending on its status, whether that's non-contributing, contributing, or landmarked. And so I think we need to quickly resolve the status of this property before we can evaluate the architectural concept. That said, it might be helpful for the architect. And I don't know, Steve, if you've started to have these conversations, but maybe a question for you first. You've clearly evaluated the concept based on a non-contributing building, but have you started to have conversations about what might be different in your evaluation if this were contributing, or I guess the better question is if this were a landmark?
We haven't had those conversations in depth with the applicant.
Okay.
But I mean, I think that the primary issue would be the third floor addition. I don't think that the rear alterations and the rear addition would be something that the board wouldn't find appropriate for, regardless of the classification of the building. The standard for the treatment of landmarks is to encourage their restoration. And so things like, windows and doors and stuff like that, we'd probably encourage them to put back, something that more closely replicates the original plans that, of which we have the elevation of. We don't know how to resolve the third floor, though. The board's standard for roof additions for both contributing buildings and for landmarks is to generally permit them if they're not visible from public street view and don't change the apparent height and mass of the building. There's no real way to do that on this building. It's such a shallow building that any third floor addition would probably not meet the board standard. So it's kind of fundamental. I mean, it's of course what's driving this whole landmark application to begin with, but it's sort of fundamental to the applicant's project. And so asking them to treat it as a landmark is essentially, I think, telling them, no third floor.
Could I ask just a very quick question of Steve?
Sure.
Steve, I'm not seeing any design guidelines for Sheraton Colorama. Could you just confirm or correct that?
Correct. Sheraton Colorama was designated back in '89, I believe. And at that time, it was not standard practice to do design guidelines for historic districts. Over the past 10 years, it has been. So for new historic districts going forward, we have developed design guidelines, but we have not gone back and developed them for the many, many historic districts that were created prior to about 10 years ago.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? If there aren't, I do think this decision on this is not something we can get to today. But again, we have asked that the staff move quickly to get a designation application before us to help us resolve the question of designation of this property, so that then we can make a determination on this concept. Go ahead, Steve.
Just to be clear on that, for us to file a new landmark application and do public notice for it, it would be at least 2 months before it would be presented. If you'll remember, we presented this concept back to you all back in January. The landmark application had just been filed, and the March meeting, today's meeting, was the first that we could schedule that. So it will be at least 2 months before we're able to schedule a new landmark application.
Okay, so we'd be looking at May.
We'll have to check the schedule to make sure that we can meet the notice requirements for the May meeting, but that would be the very soonest.
Okay. All right.
I have a question. Do you want to take comments now on this to just help move this
Sure,
along,
sure,
or have
sure.
we heard from everybody we need to hear from?
We have heard from all of the
Okay.
public, yes. If the board has comments that you want to make, that I think that could be helpful.
I mean, my sense is the existing building is not a very terrific example of architecture. It's kind of a watered down classical building, and we have better examples of these triplexes in the city. And I guess there used to be one on the other side that was a grouping there, and they kind of made sense. Interestingly, I think two things the architect has done have actually, garage front houses like this are always a little bit sketchy, because if you have a street full of them, it really kind of ruins the streetscape. Although two things I think that this design does do that help that is I actually think the addition of the third floor helps downplay the presence of the garage, which I think is a plus, number one. And I think also the improved entrance does that as well. I'm a little bit skeptical of the pimple at the top of the building. I think there might be sort of other ways to do that, but and the cornice looks a little bit heavy-handed. There may be some refinement there, but on the whole, if it is not a landmark, and my way of thinking, having listened to several hours worth of testimony about this building this morning, I don't find it to be a very praiseworthy piece of architecture based on its design. And I think that the changes that are suggested, adding a story and making a much nicer entrance, if it's a non-contributing building, will help it become a better neighbor in the neighborhood. I think the cornice maybe deserves some attention, but that's sort of where I see it right now.
I would agree with you, Matt. I agree with you on the cornice at the third level being pretty heavy-handed. I think that certainly deserves some refinement, but overall, I think should this remain a non-contributing building, what's been proposed here is done quite well.
I think the entrance is suffers a little bit from the same sort of broad cartoonish quality of the cornice. And I would encourage the architect to just find ways to refine that a little bit more. It is large compared to the front door and stuff, so maybe there's some thought about that. But I actually don't have a problem with the third floor.
Does anyone else want to weigh in now? Okay, then we will table this application for now. And, I apologize to the applicant for the time that this has taken, but we do want to be thoughtful in our decision-making, and it would be premature for us to make a determination on this, given all that has been raised regarding this property. So hopefully we can get this back before the board soon. All right. Thank you to everyone for your participation on this. We're going to proceed to our next agenda item, which are design guidelines, and we'll hear from staff.
Okay, great.
Proposals.
Thank you. I think this should be relatively quick. We have been working with the Department of Energy and Environment on updating our 2019 sustainability guideline, which the board adopted. That guideline provides a lot of information about how to upgrade older and historic buildings for energy efficiency and energy generation in a compatible way. It also includes the board's standards for the application of solar panels on historic buildings. At the time that the board adopted those standards, you all took a little bit more, I think, progressive view on solar panels. The board's previous policy had been that solar panels should just not at all be visible from any public street view, which was relatively restrictive. In the updated standards, the board accepted that some visibility might be acceptable and provided design standards on ensuring that those installations be done in a compatible way. So it established that they should be hung as tight to the existing roof as possible, made as visually discreet as possible, pushing them back on the roof, for instance, but that if they needed to be visible from public street view, that was achievable if they met various standards. In our review and updating work, we noticed that several of our historic district design guidelines that were developed prior to the 2019 citywide sustainability guidelines provided different and contradictory standards from the ones that the board had adopted citywide. And the board may remember that we had a case in Foxhall Village maybe about 2 years ago in which this contradiction became evident because the citywide standard said what was being proposed could be done, whereas the Foxhall standard said that it couldn't. So we have scoured through the various historic district guidelines and identified 3, Anacostia, Foxhall, and Meridian Hill, as having essentially codified the old standard of no visibility whatsoever. And we're recommending that the board change the language in those 3 guidelines to something that's more consistent with the citywide standard, which is, again, to minimize visibility, install in secondary elevations as the sort of first thing to look at, but that if they had to be visible, to use low profile panels that are set flush with the roof, make them in a complementary color with the roof finish to avoid a discordant appearance. And then it also references the sustainability guideline for further information. So it's trying to get rid of this the discrepancy between the two, so that we're sending a consistent message on solar installations throughout the city. We've shared this language with the affected historic district community organizations. We made 1 or 2 minor revisions to this language based on their input. And I don't believe anybody has signed up to testify in opposition to this. So we're recommending that the board approve this revised language, and we'll make those changes and get the updated guidelines posted on the website.
Great. This is great, Steve. Thank you for this and for the work of the staff to move this forward. Do board members have questions about this?
Yeah, Chair Heath, I had a question. I noticed that the Foxhall design guidelines included information about PV shingles, and I guess I'm just curious about that, if that's something you've seen and should be referenced. I don't know if that's a super common thing, maybe something more we were thinking about as a potential trend in 2010 than we are today. But again, since we're removing that reference specifically, I'm wondering if that has been an issue or maybe it's just moot.
Right. It hasn't been an issue. I think the world has been waiting for PV shingles to emerge for the past 10 years, and they seem very slow in emerging. However, they are addressed in the citywide sustainability guide, saying that they can be used. So the reason we took them out of Foxhall Village is because they are covered in the citywide guideline. And that's actually one of the things that we're expanding and revising a little bit. And we're going to be bringing you some additional changes to that citywide guideline. We've just finalized the last round of edits with DOEE on those, and we're hoping to schedule that for the board's consideration in the next month or so.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, then I will make a motion that we support the proposed revisions to the design guidelines as Steve has presented, and I'll ask for a second.
A second.
Oh, I just did that.
Thank you, Gabriella. The motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone oppose?
Yeah.
Okay, so it carries. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just there.
We are now ready to hear the next application in the DuPont Circle Historic District at 1215 to 1217 Connecticut Avenue. And we'll hear from staff and then the applicant.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Ann Brockett of the Historic Preservation Office. We have a project today in the DuPont Circle Historic District. The project is proposing to add a 15-foot tall addition on top of two historic buildings. They were built as townhouses in 1895, but refaced later as DuPont the Connecticut Avenue Strip transitioned to more of a commercial area. The property at 1215 Connecticut was refaced in 1912 by Appleton P. Clark and 1217 in 1916 by Clark Wagaman. The bulk of the addition that is proposed would be set back approximately 19 feet from the facades, but at 1217 there would be a slope roofed section over a staircase that would extend all the way forward to the facade. The addition is a prefabricated metal structure with a gridded frame, glass walls, and operable windows and roof. After submitting for a permit, the applicant was advised that they needed to file for HPRB review, and they've since worked with the HPO staff to revise the design as follows. The addition was proposed to occupy the entire footprint of 1217 up to the facade, but they've set it back to 19 feet to be in line with 1215. In addition, the roof over the front stairs has been sloped where it was a flush wall straight up from the facade. It's now sloped to reduce the visual impact. And finally, the wall material, which had been spec'd as dark tinted glass, is now shown as a lighter, more transparent glass. Because the width of the street and the height of the buildings, however, the addition will be visible from multiple vantage points. In this particular context, where there are various building types and roof heights, as well as roof alterations in the immediate environs, some degree of visibility could be acceptable, provided that the design is compatible with the underlying buildings and historic district. While HPO certainly appreciates the changes that have been made thus far to address staff concerns, the scale of the addition remains too imposing over the 4-story buildings below. The height of the addition should be lowered, either by setting it into the existing roof level or lowering the interior height. The addition should also be pushed back on the roof to reduce its visibility and allow the historic buildings to retain their prominence. Relocating the front stairs would also eliminate the need for any structure forward of the elevator tower. The materials should also be reconsidered to minimize the appearance of an addition. Changing to clear glass rather than tinted does help reduce the solid appearance of the addition, but further consideration of the design is warranted. The gridded appearance bears no relation to and takes no design cues from the underlying buildings or the historic district. Because the grid is visually busy, it draws the eye to the addition rather than allowing the historic buildings to stand proud. Study of an alternate facade design with fewer horizontal.
I think you muted yourself. And
there we go. Sorry about that.
Okay, there you are.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure where I tailed off, but you all have the staff report, and I was just going to state that because these two buildings are distinct and separate, that we are recommending that the addition recognize their individuality, either by differing their facade treatments, changing the height, or simply just changing the plane or the setback at the party wall so that there is a visual distinction for the underlying buildings. We're recommending that the board find the roof addition at 1215 and 1217 Connecticut incompatible with the historic district as submitted, and that the applicant be encouraged to redesign to improve the compatibility as described in the staff report, and then refile for board review when they're ready. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll hear from the applicant. Do you see them on, Ian?
I see Miss Amit Johal, I believe, is with the team, and there is a call-in user. I don't know who that is.
Hi, this is Caitlin. I am with Form Design. My principal, who is the architect, Dario Davies, it looks like he's having some technical difficulties. I believe he should hop on very shortly in the next minute or so. I apologize. All right, unfortunately, he cannot get on, so I will be presenting today's meeting. All right.
Okay, you can start.
Yes, thank you. So just kind of talking about the project, what we are doing is that we are having an addition, as stated on the staff report, that is going to primarily be on 1217 and extend over to 1215. Our goal has been to reduce the visibility, so that's why it is being set back 19 feet. And we will only kind of require that visibility only above the stairs where there's going to be a slant roof structure above. But we have changed the material over to aluminum and glass, so to reduce. And I know from a site plan visibility, you can tell from across the street, you can see from that far back, but along that main sidewalk, you will notice that there is not any visibility from that end. Looking at the floor plan, you can see where the line of where the pergola will stand 19 feet back, and then just over that initial staircase at the top left corner. Moving next to the next slide is the proposed pergola plan and details. This is where we detail out exactly how that pergola structure, even though we state it's a pergola, it's just the company, it will be that glass addition that will cover over that main two buildings. So that kind of gives you the details on how it's going to be constructed. So moving down to the next slide of the section detail, you can see where the pergola structure is set back, and we will be screening off that existing mechanical unit. You will not see that. We have slanted that up. It is behind the parapet, the existing parapet wall. So then moving down to the next slide. That is a section cut view to distinguish what the proposed pergola will look like. We have limited the visibility by proposing that angle up above the staircase, which is required. And just to give you an idea of what it would look like above. Moving on to the next slide. Is the pergola, where you can see the new staircase, how it runs all the way up to the top, as well as the elevator shaft, which will be set back to reduce the visibility. On to the next slide is our 3D renderings. So as you can see from this rendering, this is from a far back all the way across the other street, where you will see that kind of addition, but it does fade out into the back where the glass makes it less visible. The closer you get down to the main sidewalk, you will see that it will disappear. We have read the staff report, so we know the kind of comments that the historic district has. Is there any other kind of comments that we can address in this meeting?
How are you addressing the staff so that you just brought up?
What we're gonna do, will this require a resubmission? Is I guess my question.
It
Based
would.
off of- It would.
Unless you have something that shows us what you would propose that meets the staff's what the staff has requested.
Okay, so yeah, I know that during that process, we did submit these revised plans to demonstrate kind of the comments, and there were comments where there kind of concerns about the tinted glass, and that's why we made it clear glass. And then we did angle up the roof structure above the staircase. So we do believe that we met those kind of requirements, just based off of it having that setback. It's not really going to be visible from a street level view. So that's what I would say, that it would meet those kind of requirements. And this is the end of my presentation.
Okay, you understand that the staff has said they're recommending that this is incompatible, though, right? So I don't think you've met what they've asked for. I mean, Ann talked about the grid of the glass. I mean, this is highly visible, as you can see from this view, and I guess that's the stair that we see on the far left as it comes up, the stair in the elevator.
Yes, that's correct.
All of that is pretty, it's very visible. So how have you started to look at how you would address that?
I know that there were some comments cycling there, but we do believe, with the adjacent building, how tall it is, that we would meet that kind of requirement. But we can, take a look further into other options.
Okay. Do other board members have questions?
Yeah, I guess I have a question. It relates to the treatment of the historic building. I guess my sense of that is that 1217, those kind of large plate glass openings, were designed for transparency, into that commercial storefront. And if I'm interpreting these drawings correctly, those will be kind of blocked off essentially to become spandrel glass. So I guess if you could speak to how you're treating the upper story windows, and also I guess that new door opening, in terms of compatibility with the historic building.
Yeah, so we're really maintaining that existing building. What is there currently with what you mentioned, that new door, that is already a storefront glass. So we are just maintaining that opening, the height and everything, and we're just replacing it with a storefront door. So we are really trying to maintain the character of both of these buildings. The only kind of, request is the top of the roof, where we would like to include this roof addition, but also making sure it is transparent.
So I guess to take the second floor, those large openings, my understanding is those will be, and correct this if I'm wrong, will be blocked off, and there will be kind of walls on the interior of those. What will people see when they walk by this building in those windows?
Yeah, so on the first floor, it's already an existing rug store, and we are maintaining that rug store on the first and second level. So when you walk by, you're gonna still see that same, store, just on that left side where the door is. That's where you will walk up the staircase up to the top. And
Okay, so
then,
it's just,
yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
From the second floor, you'll still have access. On the second floor, we have bathrooms. The third floor is a restaurant, fourth top. So I guess, we are just maintaining the building. That opening is just strictly for egress purposes. And we're keeping it in that specific location, so that we don't encroach too much into that rug store. So that is, the purpose of the location of that stair.
Okay, thank you.
Are you or is the property owner the same for both buildings?
No, there's two different property owners for 1217 and 1215.
And they're
We did
working
initially
together on this?
Yes, there was a covenant agreement that was made between the two property owners that was approved prior to submission for the permit.
Got it. Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions from the board? If there are no other questions, we'd be ready to deliberate. So I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras.
May I ask a question? I'm sorry. This is Amit. I'm the applicant.
Yes.
Is that permitted?
Yes, I expected to hear from all parties of the applicant team earlier, but you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. It was just a comment that was made by HPO regarding I guess, relocation. I don't know if that was the exact word that was used, but for the egress staircase in the front to reconsider the staircase. So as you enter from the ground level and through the door, there's an elevator shaft which is set back about, and you could see where it lands on the roof. I don't know how many feet it is back, but there's, due to the existing elevator shaft that's there and the leased premises, I'm not sure how we could. What would the suggestion be for an egress, a required egress staircase? That's really the only location you can. I mean, it should be right where you enter the building, right? That's the only feasible place to put an egress.
It's not up to the board to design this for you, so like we're just here to weigh in on preservation.
Oh, sure.
So,
Okay. Yeah, we're required to have
and
two.
whether this is compatible, and so far it's not. So just you would have to determine where you're going to locate your stair.
Okay. Understood. And I guess we were doing our best to the way it was originally submitted. If we go back to if we could kindly go back to the slide we were on prior with the rendering. Yeah. We were doing our best to maintain with the surrounding properties, who who are pretty much at the lip of the building. We're considerably set back. And then across the street is this, directly in front of us is the businesses are the same on their rooftop. With the recommendations that are being made, it's seemingly that we're the only I guess roof structure that is being given these conditions, whereas everybody else in our proximity has completed theirs completely differently.
Yeah, I don't know how the rooftop happened next to you. Certainly didn't come before this board, or it would not be there. Or what I'll say is it would not look the way it does today. So I don't know when that was put up there or how, but at any rate, we're here to evaluate your proposed concept.
Okay. I understand. I understand that.
Okay. Did you have any other questions for us before we deliberate?
Those are the two main things, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So then we'll ask the board to turn on your cameras and so we can deliberate on this. I am in support of the staff report, and I would, my recommendation on this is that the applicant go back to work with staff to determine how they can minimize the visibility of this roof structure and meet the staff's recommendations for getting this to be something that is compatible. If there are other comments from board members, certainly happy to hear them now. Otherwise, I can make a motion. Quiet, quiet, quiet. All right, I will make a motion then to support the staff report and ask for a second.
Second.
Thanks, Matt. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Great, the motion carries. Thank you. We're ready to take our lunch break. We are about 30 minutes behind. Do you all be okay with doing just a 15-minute break? We only have 2 cases after this. We can try to get through more quickly than our morning cases. Does anyone need more than 15 minutes? All right, so we'll come back at 12:30, a little more than 15 minutes, 12:30 to make it even. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are now ready to resume our afternoon hearings for the day, beginning with the Capitol Hill Historic District, the case at 4 and 5 Library Court, Southeast. We'll hear from staff and then from the applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Can you all hear me? Oh, can you all hear me now? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Jack Jones with HPO staff, presenting upon a case at 4 to 5 Library Court, which is a second-story concept addition to 2 one-story alley structures located on Library Court, which is just kind of north of Independence. The concept calls for a second-story addition clad in brick and vertical cementous boards while retaining the existing materials on the first floor exteriors. The project results in 2 apartments and a 2-car garage. 2 new garage doors, a new entrance on the southwest corner, and an existing door on the south side will provide access to the interior. Casement windows will be installed throughout. The second rear floor of 4 Library Court will have a sliding door with a Juliet balcony and a planter box that runs the length of the second story rear, provides additional screening from the backyards of the houses that face Independence Avenue. Both facades will be retained and painted different colors, which distinguishes the structures as 2 historic garages. The addition is sympathetic to the other structures in the alley, and the board has previously approved similar additions to garages located in Capitol Hill. Staff is recommending that the board find the concept compatible and delegate final approval to staff. I will also note that the ANC just added a resolution to our file in support of the project, but I will let the applicant speak to that further. And I believe Will Tease, the architect, is on the line, so I will hand it off to him.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Taze. I'm the managing principal at Taze Warren Architects. One small request before we get started. Is there a way to set the PowerPoint into presentation mode to just reduce some of the visual clutter around, or I don't know if that issue had come up before. Ah, perfect. Well, I'll continue forward. If we could go to the next slide, please.
Not sure. Okay, there we go.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much for the project overview. I wanted to just give the board a little bit of context on Library Court. So Library Court is a named alleyway that is between A Street and Independence, just east of the Library of Congress, which is why, of course, it's named Library Court. And perhaps more importantly, there are several 2-story structures on the alleyway, so there's certainly a pattern of development that has a lower level. Sometimes it's a garage, sometimes it's a dwelling unit. And what we're proposing to do is to add a second level onto number 4 and number 5, which are highlighted here in this oblique aerial view. Next slide. Again, just providing a little bit more context. Again, the 1, 2, and 3, which are the structures to the left, have already been improved with 2-story structures. And then number 6 is on the right-hand side, and that has also been improved with a 2-story structure. There are buildings to the north side of Library Court, and those are on the northeast side, tend to be 1-story garages, and then in the northwest corner, it's an extension of the church, which is a 2-story structure. Next slide, please. The current condition of the site today is, you can see the 4, 5, and 6 are all painted a uniform color. In the image on the left-hand side, the building closest to us with the 2 garage doors is number 4, and the next building to the left is number 5. And as was pointed out, the intent here is to create 2 new additions on top of these structures. And one of the things that we worked with HP staff on was the representation or the design of those structures to represent the individual lots as opposed to a more consolidated approach. Next slide, please. So the overall site plan here shows the green, the area in green are the proposed additions above number 4 and number 5. One note here is we do have a partial green roof, and we also are intending to locate a mechanical unit on the roof that's set back far enough so that it would not be visible from any of the alleyways. Next slide. So this is the vision for if you were standing at Library Court looking to the south. And so what you're seeing here are the number 4 Library Court, which is replacing the 2 garage doors with 2 new garage doors with upper level lights, constructing a 2nd level addition out of brick, and that brick would sit on top of the existing masonry. The masonry below is actually a combination of brick and stucco and CMU, and so the design intent, and this is something that we had worked with both staff and the community on, was to have the structure at number 4 be brick, and then use a stucco coat to create a more uniform base condition. There are new window openings proposed on the east elevation into the garage space, and then as well as you can see the new openings on the alleyway for the bedrooms and living areas on the 2nd floor. Number 5 is the structure that is currently being used as a dwelling unit, and then we're adding a 2nd story with additional bedrooms. And so there we would maintain the lower level brick, we would maintain the cornice line, which is a detail we worked with HP staff on, and then utilize a vertical cementitious board at that location. Next slide. Pivoting around to the south side here, we're creating an entry alcove and the southwest corner that would lead both to the garage, and then a corridor that leads up to the apartment above. The Juliet balcony that was referenced previously, you can see here in the southeast corner of number 4, and then number 5 would both of these facades would receive a vertical cementitious board, but then painted to differentiate them. One of the nuances of the zoning here is that we're required to create a setback from the alleyway center line, and so obviously the existing structures are grandfathered, but the new additions are set back. But it does give us a nice opportunity to introduce a landscape element here, because we do need to comply with the pervious surface requirement. Next slide. And just to summarize, again, it's a relatively straightforward project, I think. This is that view overhead, again, showing some proportion of required pervious surface on the roof, as well as the mechanical units. But I also just wanted to touch on the process a little bit. So we worked with staff and with neighbors to redesign the project to accommodate and address as many concerns as we could. We did eventually obtain unanimous support from the ANC, and that was really primarily a result of somewhat of the design revisions, but more importantly, a construction management agreement that the property owner and the surrounding neighbors are signatories to. In addition, we had multiple rounds of review with Capitol Hill Restoration Society, and I think in all cases they felt that the project was compatible. So maybe actually go one more slide, just talk a little bit about the materials, if you don't mind. Again, just highlighting the use of materials here to create the appearance of 3 different structures. So 6 Library Court obviously is existing today, 5 using that vertical with a darker gray paint, and then a masonry brick composition at number 4. So with that, I would turn it over to the board with any questions.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have questions at this time? Any questions before we hear public testimony? All right, then let's hear from, we have 3 people who have registered to speak. And so let's first hear from Meredith Moldenhauer. And I see Meredith is on. You'll just have to unmute yourself. There we go.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm here today in my individual capacity as a homeowner that lives and accesses her house off of Library Court. We've been working with Mr. Tays and the developer, and have actually just as of noon today finalized an agreement where 6 of my neighbors, including myself, have signed a construction management agreement and thus have no objection. I know that there may be one neighbor that did not sign that may want to speak, but in regards to those that did sign, we have no objection. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I think it's rare that you're testifying in your individual capacity. So thank you for taking the time.
Yes, we all live in the city and have different perspectives from time to time. So
yes, absolutely. Yes. All right. Then unless anyone has any questions, pause for a moment to see if anyone does. All right. Well, thank you again, and we will continue with our next witness, who is Douglas Minorca. Douglas Minorca. Okay.
Thank you
We're
very
ready.
much for having me on. I appreciate this. And I do appreciate the fact that Mr. Tays is, and Mr. Finn, who he represents, were able to work with most of the homeowners to come to a construction agreement. Unfortunately, I did not sign on to that construction agreement. I still do not believe that this conforms to the historic area of this. We are in the core part of the historic district. We are between 3rd and 4th and between A Street Southeast and Independence Street Southeast. We were within the green zone after January 6th. So we are in a very historic part of the district. I don't believe that the additions here on 4 and 5 comport to that. And on the first slide that Mr. Tays showed, when you look at St. Mark's, it is set back from the street. Because of that setback, if you are anywhere on the street or on A Street Southeast and you look southward, you will see this new building and what it looks like, which will look very different than it currently looks. He has done Mr. Tays has done a nice job of trying to work with most of the neighbors, but Mr. Robert Horton, who lives to the south on Independence Avenue, is still not happy with the balcony doors that he has there. It believes it intrudes on his privacy and it's not historic. So I just wanted to bring those points up.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Minorca from board members? All right. Thank you for your time and your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Sure. The last person I have is Beth Purcell, representing Capitol Hill Restoration Society. Do we have Ms. Purcell on?
Yes, that's her telephone number. She needs to unmute
Oh,
herself.
got it. Okay. So yes, just unmute yourself and you can speak. You're still muted. There you go. Still can't hear you. For some reason, Ms. Purcell, we still can't hear you, even though it looks like you're not muted anymore. All right. I'm not sure. Clearly, there's some technical difficulties happening. Do have Capitol Hill Restoration Society, Capitol Hill Restoration Society's statement in the record, and the board has reviewed that. Their statement generally is that they find the project compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District. So I'm sorry, Ms. Purcell, that we can't hear you, but we thank you for submitting your comments. So any questions from the board at this time? All right. If there are no questions, we'll keep moving, and I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. I think this project is nicely done, and as we've heard from staff, the ANC and Capitol Hill Restoration Society, I agree that it's compatible with the historic district, and am ready to support the concept unless somebody has comments they'd like to weigh in on.
I support this. I support the staff report, so I'll second it if you're making it.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Great. So the motion carries. Thank you. And thank you for your work with the neighbors. That's always
Thank you.
really helpful. All right. So we're ready for our last case, which is in the U Street Historic District at 1922 9th Street. I see Amania on.
I'm just
You ready?
to make sure that the owner has checked on.
Okay.
Mr. Zadig, I saw he had responded to an email earlier saying that he had received the Zoom link, but I do not see him on here.
Do you want to go ahead and make your staff report, and let's see if
I will, and I'll
joins
prefix it with the statement that this project is in the U Street Historic District on 1922 9th Street. It's a concept for a two-story rear addition. The property is located in a row of similarly built two-story row houses on the 9th Street block of U Street. It's a two-story with a basement brick residence. It was built in 1878 and features 1/1 windows, a projecting bay, decorative brickwork and cornices, etc. The plans call for the construction of a two-story rear addition. The proposal will enclose the rear L and construct an addition that builds a dogleg and stretches about 32 feet deeper into the rear yard. It's proposed to be a frame construction with one door at the first level, and then a window at the top level. The siding material was not specified on the plans. However, it was indicated to be some sort of board siding. There is no proposed work currently noted on the plans for the facade except for an entry door replacement. The addition is compatible with other rear additions in the historic district with its size and height. No portion of the rear addition is proposed to be visible from the 9th Street, and the features are in general with the other additions along this alley. The proposed addition roughly matches the length of the neighbor's addition and is not taller than the building that it's being constructed next to. Its footprint is proportional to the historic building. And as the plans move towards permitting, HPO will work with the applicant to refine the siding materials and ensure that any exterior renovations, including any windows or door replacements, comply with HPRB standards. I added in a photo, an aerial view of the current lot to my staff report and noted that the proposal is generally compatible with the character of the historic district and recommending designations of staff. Let me see if he has hopped on yet. The issue with this property is that the community and staff has struggled to get the owner to address concerns that the neighbors have with the project, as well as provide some additional detailing about the rear addition. While it is within the general standards of a rear addition that's compatible in a historic district, there were still some questions that remained that myself as well as the community wanted to ensure that the owner and the contractor addressed before approval. And so this was to be the time that they addressed those concerns. And so we had planned for them to be here to address those concerns. I feel that without them being here to speak on the issues, it's hard for me to ask the board to make any determinations on the project. And so that's why I'm really hoping that they hop on so they can speak to not only my concerns, but as well as the ANC's concerns.
Okay, and you still don't see them?
I do not. I see them, I see the attendees, I see the ANCs on. But also, this has been an ongoing issue of just getting them to participate, so. I could give it to one, but it's up to the board.
Well, let's give them 5 more minutes.
And then maybe the ANC can speak to what they, what their concerns are about the rear addition. They had some concerns about the material and why they find, it's important to at least address rear additions on this particular 9th Street block.
Right. Yeah, has the applicant heard the ANC's concerns before? I mean, we could hear from the ANC commissioner now, but I'm feeling like we probably should wait until the applicant's on, so they're hearing their concerns as well. So yeah, now we're down to 4 minutes. Let's give them 4 minutes and then we can start again. And if they don't join, we can certainly hear from the ANC commissioner since they've taken the time to join. And then we can figure out how we proceed.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think DJ and the attendees might be the owner, because he's just sent an email saying that he was on.
Julietta, do you think-
Imania, do you know if that's him?
I can't see what the number is.
Right, he's now in the panelist position, so. If you could let us
Yes,
know
I'm
if
in.
you're on.
Yes, I've been hearing you the whole time, but the mic was off.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is the owner. He's going to speak to the concerns of the ANC as well as provide some additional context to the material and the rear addition. You could take it away.
Okay. I think my mic is on. If any question I can answer, I'm ready to answer questions.
Well, you can go through, your project and let them know what the project is and your communication with the community about their concerns on the material.
Okay. My name is Jazode. I'm the owner of 1922 9th Street Northwest. We did go through everything on the plan. We talked to the ANC, and then we did all the questions they asked and all the siding and everything. I think we see it on the plan. Everything's in there, unless when we all agree with the ANC. And I think if you have any other question, you could ask so I can answer, please.
What materials are you using on the rear addition?
The material, I think, is already on it. It's a brick. The question, I mean, that they ask to have a brick in the back of siding, and we did that.
Romania, why don't we hear from the ANC commissioner? And then we can come back to the applicant.
Agree.
Mr. Chauvin.
Good afternoon. I am now the immediate past commissioner. I don't think the current commissioner is on. My term ended the beginning of January, but I am remaining a neighbor, so I don't know if you want to start with me. I don't see the past or the current commissioner on the call. Can you hear me?
We can.
Alex and Patrick should be on the call too.
Okay, Alex Smith.
No, Alex Nelson.
Okay.
Patrick Nelson.
Okay, I don't have Patrick on my list, but if he's on. Yep, I see Patrick Nelson. Patrick, are you ready to speak? Hi, Patrick, you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry about that, folks. I wasn't actually planning on speaking directly. If there's any questions that I can answer, I will. I am currently co-chairing, acting as an advisor to the 1B Zoning Preservation and Development Committee, since I chaired that for the last 10 years prior to the change in zones. I was at this meeting and have been participating at the ANC level to give them guidance on how to move forward with this project and the concerns. So I will defer to Frank and Alex, since they have been working hand in hand with the applicant. And if any questions come up, I will be certainly free to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Then let's hear from Mr. Chauvin.
Yes, thank you. I am immediate past commissioner for this area, ANC commissioner, and I am a current member of the ZPD committee for ANC 1B, but my comments today are remain as an interested neighbor, speaking for myself and in support of the changes that the applicant, Mr. Zudi, the owner of the property, has applied for and agreed to. He here, as presented in this rear this rear view, a brick facade, which the abutting neighbors, 3 abutting neighbors behind, had worked hard to get a semblance of the residential Victorian past of this block. And since this property is being extended up to 15 feet from the abutting property line, that is an exact abutting property line with no alley separating it. Its use, impact, both visual and pending use to be converted from current retail uses, low impact uses, to a high impact use of a club/lounge or restaurant. And since the structure is coming so close to a Victorian maintained 9.5 Street rear yard, the neighbors worked very well with Mr. Zudi and agreed to brick and 3 faux windows because they aren't exactly sure what will be entailed in the build out of inside and can't promise. But this agreement sitting before you on the rear elevation is mirrors and exudes relevance and context to the long historical Victorian residential neighborhood that this is in. So this is the first agreed to piece here, and hopefully the board can accept that agreed to proposal by Mr. Zudi. And my second point is not under the jurisdiction of this board today, but I'm wondering if in the notes of your report, anything can be said about Mr. Zudi's agreement to install a rock wool sound mitigating material, sort of as a note to the Department of Buildings jurisdiction in your report. Whatever you can do there is very appreciated because of the pending newly high impact use expected for this building and being so close to the Victorian abutting row house structures sharing that property line without an alley right behind. And I can answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Sure, thank you. So ANC's letter that we have recommending the board not approve this application because of lack of community input, is that out of date at this point?
Yes, I will let Patrick speak to that.
Right, so that was, Marquis, that was because of the timing of issues that related to this project. This was originally on the agenda for January. We had pushed to February. There was a timing issue with the ANC meeting. He did come and, or we asked him to come to our meeting in February, and he was there, but we had a long, a very intense meeting, and apparently he dropped off. So by the time we got to talk to his, there was no input. So the committee recommended to the ANC that we not support that because he hadn't talked to the community members. And then he came back to the March committee meeting and did make a presentation. And then there was additional meetings with the community. And at that time, in the committee meeting, we made a recommendation to send a letter to you guys, assuming that this would might be pushed into April, to recommend that it support it as long as he concurred with the community and there was agreement on the issues that Frank was talking about, which has subsequently happened. So there is on the docket for the April meeting, should this be postponed to next month, for the ANC to recommend support of it on the issue relating to him talking, which he did do. So the first letter as he didn't answer any questions and didn't participate, he did come to the next meeting for the committee, and then they will be voting. There's a recommendation in the process for the April ANC meeting to support this project.
Okay, so you didn't recommend today, though, that we postpone the board's decision on this. Correct.
No, we did not recommend that based on some conversations that we had with Steve Colcutt, that we were working on trying to get resolution prior to this meeting, and that it had already been bumped twice. And I was of the understanding, and since I've had some history, that it probably would be not just to ask for it to be. So we're trying to work as quickly as we could with the time that we had to get resolution from the community and the owner, but still have it in process so that if it was bumped to April, the ANC would once again have a different output and would vote in positive to this.
Okay, well, given the work that's happened, it sounds like as recently as this month, and the recommendation from the ANC to support it, that will be taken up in April, and I feel comfortable moving forward with this. Unless there are board members who would want to delay. All right. Okay, hearing from no one, I think we're comfortable moving forward. Assuming, regardless of the outcome, I think we can continue moving forward. There was one other person that registered to speak, Frank Lynn. I want to make sure we don't miss Frank Lynn.
I don't think he's on, but I also registered to speak. Maybe I can.
Who is that?
This is Alex Smith.
Okay, all right. Yes, I have you down. Please make your statement.
Yeah, I'm just making a statement as one of the abutting neighbors and representing a few of the other neighbors on 9.5 Street, which is a all residential kind of block of row homes that directly abut the row homes on 9th Street. And I just wanted to start by thanking Mr. Zudi for coming to the table and engaging with the community in these last couple weeks to meet kind of the community's needs around, just because these homes are so close to each other, kind of changing or adjusting the original rendering to be an all brick facade to match the historic character and kind of rhythm of these row homes that are in that neighborhood, match the existing back as well. And then to put in these 3 faux windows to give it a more residential appearance, given that it backs up to a residential neighborhood. And the faux windows have the added benefit, not quite under historic purview, but the added benefit of sound mitigation. And just to highlight the other kind of commitment we made around, and I think that's on slide 134 in this presentation, but is the rock wool installation that is not quite under historic's purview, but came out as part of this community engagement and these community conversations, just given the use of the building. And so, yeah, I speak for myself and a few of the other neighbors on 9.5 Street that we are supportive of this addition in this new style with the brick, with the faux windows, and with the installation.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions, Mr. Smith? All right, then, unless there's anything else that the applicant or staff would like to add, I think we're ready to deliberate on this. So I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. Um, and based on the progress that's happened that I talked about a little while ago on this over the past month with the ANC, the applicant's responsiveness to making modifications based on their comments, I'm ready to support this. So I will make a motion to support the concept and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Thanks, Matt. Any further discussion? If not, then all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. So thank you all for your time today, and thank you to the board. That's the end of our hearing for today. And since we have no continuation, our next meeting will not be on April 24th, but rather May 1st. And so May 1st is our April meeting. So we will see you all then.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Should I leave now?
Yes.
All right, thank you.